everybody. Welcome. Anything else is still going on, so probably not too much of you in here. Just got Thanos here. We're chilling. We're talking. We're talking a little bit
Hi.
of Epstein, saying shit. So as you all filter in. Anyway, Thanos, yeah, go ahead. You were saying.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's why you were trying to pause me for a moment so that your stream could hear this. But yeah, I said that to him as a joke. But like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I didn't expect that joke to turn to reality for
Yeah,
some people.
for some people. Yeah. How is Paul, by the way?
I mean, he's doing well.
Good. Glad to hear it.
He's not as active on Discord anymore.
That's probably been
Uh,
good for him.
yeah. I mean, yeah. From what I know, he's not doing too bad.
That's good. It's a shame. I never wanted that bridge to burn. I still wanted to be friends with him, but I'm a genocider, so what can you do? Sometimes you just commit a little genocide and people don't want to hang out anymore.
Sometimes you just want to become a Zion Nazi.
Yeah, sometimes you just trip and oops, genocided a people and now, they won't talk to you. Goodness. Oh boy. The world's a crazy place.
I mean, yeah, I know you better than that. I know you don't support like everything all of what Israel is doing in Palestine.
Yeah, but I mean, like the problem that I run into is like whether I support it or not. Like in a lot of circles, you can't even like discuss you can't even discuss the steel man and be like, hey, wait a minute, let's like analyze what we're talking about here, because if you even entertain it, you're like labeled genocide supporter. And so it is what it is, like I wish he would chill and like be able to be friends with me and like have a reasoned disagreement on this, but he can't, and that's his choice. I can't
Well,
tell
that's
him
fine.
what to
If you
do.
can't have it with him, you can always have it with Bad and Banana.
Bad
He seems like
Empanada.
a good person.
I know, like if I get big enough, Bad Empanada is probably gonna dox me, which would suck, but whatever. Whatever. I will fight back hard too, because I have a bone to pick with that son of a bitch. Not just because of how he does his thing, which you already know I really don't like, right? But you know because he's in my fucking country. He's in my fucking country, living there with my people, and that pisses me off. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but I mean, can you blame him though? That's where all the big booty Latinas are at.
Yeah, but like, okay, come on. The dude looks like a caveman. Okay, I promise you, he's not scoring left and right. And there's a lot of
Fair enough.
Jews. There's a lot of Jews in Argentina and Millet, and like at least half the country is like supportive of Israel. So he's probably not macking super hard.
Well, what is that like a turn off for women there or something?
Um, well, women there are very outspoken. They're gonna have very strong political views. Um, they make them known, right? They participate in all the political conversations that happen around the dinner table. They're not quiet. They're not ones to be quiet. And if they disagree with him, if they're like meeting him and they disagree with him, they're gonna fucking tell him to his face. And one thing, this one of the things I love about Argentinian women is they they're not shy about how they feel about things. They're very outspoken.
Well, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, very cool people. Um,
I'd say maybe I could get me one, but like I'm in the United States.
yeah, you'd have to spend some time there, but they're amazing people. Like just to be around, just the Argentinian people in general. Like everyone who visits there, you know, when they're like, oh my god, I love the people there so much. They're so friendly. You know, like you'll meet some people and suddenly you're like at their house on a Sunday for the family barbecue. You're meeting their extended family. Very welcoming and sweet people. Very passionate. You'll get into
See,
like really really intense like arguments about politics and stuff, and then when it's over it's just chill again, because that's just how we are. That's why I am the way I am. That's why I have these like big political discussions and I don't like, you know, lose it with people, because I'm used to it. El
sí,
environment that I
y
grew up in.
ya puedo hablar un poco de español.
Sí, pero hoy
Entonces,
como un gringo. Tenés que trabajar en tu acento,
estoy
porque
comunicar.
tu acento es más o menos, ¿viste? Tenés que trabajar con eso.
Yeah, I lost you there in the second half of that.
Yeah, working on that accent's gonna be big, so you don't just sound like a gringazo, you know?
I'm probably gonna sound like that for a while, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did
Nah,
did
it'll
you
get better over
understand what I
time.
said?
Yeah, you said and now I can speak a little bit of Spanish, so
Yeah.
you can. Yeah, I know that. That's why I replied to you in Spanish. And I said to you, yes, you can. Now you got to work on your accent.
When okay, I don't know that vocabulary, and that must have been why I like lost you in the half when you said like what was that word communicate that you said in Spanish or the
Uh,
equivalent?
Tenés que trabajar en tu acento, is what I said.
Oh well, I mean I understand. Okay, I guess you're just like speaking.
Sí,
Yeah, I still struggle a
porque
little bit with like native
te vas a
speech.
sonar como un gringazo, is what I said after that. Which would be like gringo, but like really gringo.
Estoy todavía gringazo.
Oís como un gringazo, is like you sound like a big, like a massive gringo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's okay. You're learning. That's normal. That's normal.
Now with these studies, I haven't been learning as much, but I've still been keeping at it little by little. So I'm still like getting better. It's just progress is it hasn't been as fast as it
Yeah.
was like several months ago.
Another important thing is like you're gonna want to like find friends and people to talk to who speak Spanish. You can work on your Spanish with.
Yeah.
That's important. Because like, you know, being able to practice all the time with somebody is very good.
Yeah, practice gets you better. That's why I can speak a decent bit now and understand a decent bit now. Whereas like um whereas at this moment last year, um I don't even think I could count indefinitely yet or count
Uh,
very high at all. So
yeah, definitely gonna want to work on that. Just keep practicing. Hey, Cosmic! What's up? What were you laughing about? What did I say? Did I say a funny? Laughing at the guy that can't count.
well, no, I said I couldn't count.
He can now.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Count for me, brother. Do it. Show off them skills.
Um, I mean, I don't actually want to count it
I'm just
indefinitely,
giving you a
similar
hard
to
time,
like
buddy.
here. I'll count to like 20. Okay.
Go for it.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think the pronunciation is
That's
still
okay.
like,
You still
eh,
got it.
but
Applause. Applause for Thanos. Let's be supportive, guys. Applause for Thanos in chat. Here's an
regardless, I
aid.
was still able to do that fairly quickly.
Sesame Street. Someone's feeling very trolly today. What are they getting up to in anything else today, Cosmic? I wasn't really paying much attention. 3 fabulous flyers. Ah. Bonk. Then what do I need for this? I need more steel. It's the ultimate troll war. It's all giggles. Of course. Of course, it's just a joke. What more do I need? What am I low on? Plastic. Damn. Batteries take a lot of shit. Or solar panels do. What else do I need? I've got steel. I've got... Oh, I guess I probably need more copper. I need more copper. So yeah, what are they doing in anything else today? In glass. Anything interesting? Wait, I thought Bonk. Charge the battery. So this is a kick streamer that got knocked out in Asia. Dan's cheating website. He had to shut down in fear of being sued. Wait, what? Cheating website? What do you mean? Nice. For games. Oh. Case? Tiny's case? Yeah. Tiny's case is looking better and better every time he talks about it. Shabbos goys? Why are they talking about Shabbos goys? Whether an LLM can qualify as a Shabbos goy. Oh. That is actually interesting. How is that hate speech? Fucking AI mod? That's so stupid.
Because the AI hates it.
Yeah, that's dumb. Well, I could still read it. Everybody in chat, what he said was whether an LLM can qualify as a Shabbos goy. Which is an interesting question. It probably can. Well, I don't know if it can. Because technically you're doing the work, right? Because you're telling it to do it. That's a question for the rabbis, for sure. That is an interesting one. Huh. Let's see. I think there's good stuff to watch today after we talk about our news stuff. I love how, like, last time I like, I thought of this after the fact, but, like, last time, right? Like, I intended to watch Hutch's discussion with Straighter Aid, but the entire time I was just raging at the fucking dingus numbskull who had the VOD, right? Instead of actually paying attention that much to the discussion, I was just so fucking triggered by that brainlet that I couldn't even pay that much attention to the actual debate that they were having. I was just raging at Queeman. Yeah. Is he Jewish? I think somebody said he was Jewish. I'm fucking disappointed, bro. Because, like, if he was going to be Jewish and, like, be super pro-Palestinian, that's, like, one thing. But if he's going to be Jewish and be pro-Palestinian and have no fucking clue whatsoever what he's talking about and offer arguments that are, like, with, like, the exception of maybe one or two things that he said where he attempted to insert some substance, were completely substanceless. He's not. He's a right-winger? So why was he being such a soy fucking lefty? Oh, he's part of the woke right, isn't he?
What the fuck does that mean?
That's like Tucker and
That
Candace,
sounds like an oxymoron.
a Sargon clone that snuck into DGG. Like fucking Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith, they're labeling them the quote unquote woke right now because they like are pro Palestine. He's not
Oh.
part of the woke right. He's center right. So why is he so cucked on Palestine? What kind of fucking center right Jew is this guy?
Wait, but why are the people on the right pro-Palestine though? Is it for the same reason as the people who are politically on the left?
No.
Okay.
Some of them might try to argue that they are. Like Dave Smith, maybe. Dave Smith, maybe. I mean, he's a retard, but it's similar to the reasons for the left. But like Candace Owens and fucking Nick Fuentes, they just hate Jews.
No, it is because they hate
Dave
the
Smith is
Jews.
absolutely a grifter. I agree.
It
I
is
think he
because
is.
they
Is
think
isn't
that
he a
we need
Jew?
to genocide the Jews once
Yeah.
more.
Is Dave Smith Jewish? She is a grifter, but she's also an anti-Semite. Fuentes is the anti-Semite.
He's like King anti-Semite,
He's one of
or
no.
what?
Well,
Or is that
he's
Kanye?
like yeah. I was gonna say he's like the mini boss to Kanye's anti-Semite boss. I think Candace does not believe any of it. I think she's actually an anti-Semite. The things she says try to dance around her being an anti-Semite. That's why I think she's an anti-Semite. If she were just full on spreading all the shit, I'd be like, oh, maybe she's just grifting. But I think the grifting is that she's using all of those other arguments because she's just an anti-Semite.
Oh, hey, one thing that popped in my mind.
You could be
I've been
right though, cause
practicing rolling my R's, and I mean I've been able to roll my R's for a while, but only long enough to like say a word.
mm,
Whereas now I can do it for like a lot longer since I've been practicing.
she believes in nothing but clown. Yeah, that's why I said you. I mean, you could be right about that. Like, I haven't followed her closely enough to say that for sure. But like the arguments she's putting forward are like super, like dog whistling anti-Semitism. Sorry, say that again, Thanos.
Yeah, I was just saying that that another thing on my Spanish is that I've been practicing rolling my R's. I mean I've been
Nice.
able to do them for a while now, but only just long enough to where I can say a single word before I like choke on my tongue again. Whereas I can do it for like a lot longer now.
Okay. Nice. She just repeats Dave Smith, maybe. She repeats that Ian and Cooper Moore. Oh my God, those dudes are dangerous, dude. Those guys are dangerous. I really do not like. I do not like them, Sam. I am. Well, yeah, that's not surprising. She's such fucking trash, dude. I love how she was like, I would let my kids go to jail rather than serve in the military. I'm like, your oldest kid is fucking 6, dude. What? Like, what do you mean?
What do you mean let your kid serve in the military? You can only
No,
do
she
that when you're
said,
an adult.
yeah, she said she'd rather have her kid go to jail for deserting than have them serve in the military. And I'm like, bro, your kid is fucking 6. What are you talking about? You don't even realistically have to contend with this right now. But also, like,
I
it's
mean,
a
we're also
hypothetical,
not
and it's
in
like,
like a
whatever.
wartime, so that's another reason too. On top of the fact that,
No, I
um,
think she was talking about, like, just Israel and Iran and the whole situation. Like, around that time is when she said it, when everyone was like, oh, we might be going to war. No, we might be going to war. Which, if you recall, I was saying from the get-go, guys, we're not going to war with Iran. Are y'all fucking high? But nobody listens to Jordan. Actually, some of y'all listen to me. And I love you. And you guys watch me. And it's the best. And I thank you all. All right. Let's see. What do we want to research next? After this bulk inserter. Kinky. Inserting in bulk. Did you see the Thanos? Did you see the new emotes I added to the server?
Oh, you added more emotes.
Yeah, here.
Do you mean in Kick, or did you get more Discord, whatever you call
Well, I
those
I also added them
boosts?
in Kick, but I'll send them to you in a DM so you can see. So I added 3. The first one, AGI is still 30 years away. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of in line, though, with what we've thought for a long time. Yeah, I'll do that eventually, Cosmic. Thanos, do you see them?
I'm looking right now. Oh, nice. It's a
So
trap.
it's a trap.
Uh, Greta Thunberg, I think that's her name,
Yeah.
and
Do you know what the middle one is?
Gaza the Hutt. I assume it's that one lady who's
Frogan.
close with Hassan.
Yeah, Frogan. We call her Gaza the Hut.
It's actually kind of funny,
It is pretty fucking funny.
even though I don't know her. She might be based for all I know, or maybe not.
Oh
I don't
wait,
know.
oh wait, oh my god! I can't believe we're talking about Frogan and you just said she might be based.
Base?
That's actually her. That soundbite is her.
Oh, that's another funny moment.
Yep.
Your little soundboard has her saying bass, and I said she
Yeah.
might be bass.
Yeah. She's not though.
Got him.
It's meant to be used, ironically. Hey, Victoria.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
Pretty good. How about you guys?
Good. Um, did you see the inflation reports?
Gee, which reports?
The inflation reports?
I didn't see the reports. I heard about it. I was kind of focused on some other
Sure.
initiatives and events that came out.
Just quick one sentence rundown. CPI up by like 0.3%, I think. PPI stayed the same. So it seems like the impacts of inflation, the impacts of the tariffs are starting to creep in.
They already
Neighborhood.
have. That's not much of a change in CPI. What is this, a quarterly report?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's quarterly. Let me check.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's monthly. It's monthly. I think. Oh my god. I think
Well,
it's
that's not gonna
also.
tell me very much, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's also because a lot of them kept getting pushed back. Jesus Christ. Choking on a piece of peanut. Sorry. Sorry. Neighbor Rooney is correcting me though. It's it is monthly, but it's 2.7 year over year.
2.7 CPI. What?
Oh my goodness. Sorry. Consumer price index in June rose 2.7% on an annual basis. A sign inflation around the U.S. is creeping up after declining earlier this year. So it's the rise in inflation from last June to this June. Or this June versus last June. What? Hang on. On a month-over-month basis, it went up 0.3%. So it went up cheese. Hang on. I need to stop talking while I'm eating these peanuts. Neighbor Uni says, 2 is the target. It's from June 2024 to June 2025. Fuck! Dying over here. Okay. The 0.3 rises from May to June. So it's up 2.7% from last June, which is the target. It's up 0.3% from May to June. Not a bong rip, neighbor Rooney. I inhaled a piece of this fucking peanut. And here I am, still stuffing my face with them. The CPI, a basket of goods and services, typically bought by customers, tracks the change in those prices over time. So-called core inflation, a measure of CPI that excludes food and energy prices, rose by 2.9% over the past 12 months, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Slightly below the 3% predicted by economists. Food prices rose 3% on an annual basis last month, higher than the overall inflation rate. Items that have seen big cost increases since last June include eggs. Well, we know the egg situation, up 27.3%. Roasted coffee, which is up over 12.7%. Ground beef, which is up 10.3%. Energy is a large source of inflation, with energy prices rising 0.9% on a month-over-month basis, which following a 1% drop in May. So early signs of tariff impact. June CPI reading indicates that tariffs might be starting to drive up prices in certain categories. Everyday items from produce to apparel could be susceptible to new levies if they're imported from abroad. Fed Chair Jerome Powell last month predicted that tariffs could start to push up prices in the second half of the year.
Yep.
And he's announcing new tariffs as well, but nobody knows anymore if he's actually gonna do it or if it's just like a negotiating tactic. Tariffs are fuck. Yes, tariffs are fuck. Hey, Rooney. Very true. Targeted tariffs are okay in certain situations if they're done right and paired with subsidies. But blanket tariffs are, yes, usually fuck. Would you agree, Victoria?
What was that? Sorry.
That in some instances, targeted tariffs, especially if they're paired with subsidies, can work, but blanket tariffs are generally not great.
Tariffs when targeted plus subsidies.
Mm-hmm. Like subsidies
Yeah.
on like domestic manufacturing for those particularly targeted things. Like we did with chips.
And I'm just catching up on what. Hang on a second. No, respond.
Mm-hmm. Free trade is good. I agree, neighbor Rooney, but there are I am generally very pro free trade. But there are situations where if you want to boost, manufacturing in the country, the way you do it is through targeted tariffs and subsidies in those industries. The Chips and Sciences Act is working pretty well. What do you want? It's working. It's not. Wrong. I'm Googling the list so I can show you the list of all the projects, which I've actually read out on stream. Because it takes several years to build the factories, Cosmic. They're under construction. For example, Texas Instruments broke ground on a 30 millimeter semiconductor fab plant in 2022. There's a lot of things here, so I'm just picking out the ones where they started construction. They took her jobs. I have no integrity. I just gave you examples, but sure, I have no integrity.
Well, someone debating you in chat.
Yeah. For national security issues, fine, I guess. I mean, it shows, too, in the fact that when Trump, you know, did his thing of, like, floating, like, oh, I want to reverse or repeal the Chips and Sciences Act, and even Republicans were like, don't do that.
The what? The what act?
The Chips and Science Act.
What is that?
It was passed under Biden that subsidized manufacturing of like semiconductors and computer chips here in the U.S. while also pairing that with, you know, targeted tariffs of chips and semiconductors overseas.
Oh, Donald Trump wanted to get rid of it because, like, Biden.
Because Biden, yeah, exactly. In fact, yeah, wait a minute. Bro, Cosmic, what about the TSMC plant that's in Arizona right now that was built because of Chips and Science that is literally now also producing A16 Apple chips, which go in like a lot of their devices? Signs of the shameless times pop up in Seattle. Politicians and government agencies routinely put up signs to advertise who gets credit for public works projects. Variations on your tax dollars at work have been in use for century. Seattle rail yard modernization. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Oh my god! What a fucking dickhead! What a fucking dickhead! Bro, he's such a credit stealer. What a dingus. What? Oh, that makes me upset. Bro, that is egregious. That is egregious. That's why. President Donald J. Trump rebuilding America's infrastructure funded by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That's not his act. That's not his act. Yeah, but the COVID stimmy checks were like something that even happened under his presidency. the infrastructure bill was a Biden bill. And so was the jobs bill. Of course he didn't. And it was his bill. Like, he would have had a lot more, like, ownership to do that if he wanted to. And he didn't. But it was his bill. Oh, that's so annoying. I mean, like, he talks shit about these bills all the time. And then he plasters his name on it and is like, oh my god, dude. What a loser. It's true. No, no, no. I wasn't going to get into that until everybody comes over from anything else, right? That's like the big piece of news, right? Yo, yeah, I saw about Johnson. How long until MTG is trying to invoke that thing where they pick a new speaker? While she also probably will say shit about the Epstein files because she loves to play both sides. You need to find the unedited Fox News Trump interview clip on the Epstein release before the election. I played that last time. We've all seen it a million fucking times, buddy. We all know what we're talking about, and I have played that on the stream. I mean, if you want me to play it again, I can play it again. But that shit is wild. Yeah, I mean, with the... Who are these weak losers who want me to release the Epstein files, dude? He's such a prick. Oh my god. He's like, he's doing the thing. He's calling his own voters weak losers. And I've seen the ones now who are like starting to flip on it, which is fucking crazy, dude. Some of the things that they're saying, like, are verifiably insane.
Hell.
Cosmic, I reject your devil's advocate position right now. We don't have time for that shit. I know, that's not what he said. He has said that before, though. What he said in that, yeah, there would people would be damaged, and he started, like, couching it after being all really, like, gung-ho about releasing it during his campaign. I thought you were saying in general, not specifically about that interview. Cosmic, my bad. In general, he said he was going to do it a bunch of times on the campaign trail. In that one interview, he started couching it. Yeah, exactly. What do we even care? We should be fucking using this opportunity to make shit up and lie and make them eat each other. Because that's what they've been doing to us the whole fucking time. I don't think it's weird, Cosmic. I think the Democrats are finally waking up to like what they need to try to do to deal with the fucking craziness that's Donald Trump. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Neighbor Ernie. I remember. Where the one that they showed was like, would you release the Epstein files? And he was like, yeah, yeah. And then in the long one, he was like, yeah, yeah. Well, you know, I don't know, actually, you know. There's a lot of people who could really be hurt by this. After he was like, yes for the JFK, yes for 9/11, right? Did we get the full 9/11 release? I think we did, right? I was whining about some saucy tweets. No, I just thought it was funny. I thought it was funny that, like, after all the talk about Epstein that he used on... No. No, Cosmic, you're putting words in my mouth. When did I say I'm on the conspiracy wagon? I literally just said we should lie and make shit up to make them eat each other. I'm just like the opposite of being on the conspiracy wagon. He on the campaign trail, he said he was going to release the files. That's what I'm talking about. Not in the fucking interview. Do you think the people selling the 9/11 books believed in that shit? In what shit? Alex Jones doesn't believe in a single bit of it. Probably not. I think maybe not Alex Jones, but some of these dinguses definitely believe the shit that they're peddling. They've been doing it for too long. Yeah, that was what he said in that interview, Neighbor Ernie. I don't think any of the big influencers... Yeah, like, the big modern influencers, no. But if you're talking about the classic 9/11 conspiracy dudes, like the dude who did, like, Loose Change or whatever, I think those guys probably do.
What about the dancing Israelis conspiracy?
It's fucking dumb. For everything you show me of those 4 Israelis who danced, I can show you an entire fucking crowd of, you know, another group of people who were dancing. Pair that with why are you still talking about this guy clip and you have some fire propaganda? Exactly. Like, and calling them weirdos and strange and like all that shit, then losers and weaklings. Dude, it's so good. He's flaming his own people. It's so great, and they're so mad, and the Democrats are doing exactly the right thing because they know that Republicans have to either stay loyal to Trump or break with him and get in trouble. And so they're introducing these motions into Congress. This is like one of the best strategic moves the Democrats have made since he came into office again. It's so good. They are doing the right thing right now. It's fucking awesome. 9/11 is the Ethiopian New Year? No way. I've never felt like Ethiopia had a particular hatred against... Do they? I don't know. Forget Congress resolutions. That's for nerds. I have not seen this specific clip. What are you talking about? Oh, just an unrelated fact, yeah. Oh, it's actually Oh, September 11th is actually the Ethiopian New Year. Oh, that's kind of funny. All over Dem's social media. What two are spliced? Hey! Josh.
Yo,
Hey, buddy.
how you doing?
I'm good. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I just thought I'd stop by briefly.
Hang on a second. I just got all caps in chat. What two clips are you talking about, Neighbor Rooney? You've got the... Oh, okay, never mind. I know what you're talking about. Never mind. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up! I figured it out, okay? Shut up. Josh, okay, come back in here, Josh. Come back in. How you been? What's new?
Oh man,
It's been a minute.
It has.
Yeah.
Lots is new. Some of it's confidential.
Oh.
You following? You guys talk at all? You following what's going on with in Syria?
In Syria? How can we talk about what's going on in Syria when there's a genocide going on, Josh? How dare you?
Yeah, they just like to bomb Syria sometimes, you know?
Yeah, that's right. They're just
How dare
just
you?
for fun.
Yeah, you know, no big trouble. Just another day.
What's going on in Syria? Actually, I have not been. We've been distracted by the Epstein. We've been distracted by domestic shit.
I think I saw a meme about the Epstein thing that was like maybe the Epstein file, maybe it was maybe the Epstein list was really about the friends we met along the way or something. No, the series, if you don't know, it's actually big shit going down right now. So the Druze,
Druze have been killed in Suwaida, is what Cosmic says.
Yeah, they've
wait,
been
wait. I have to say it like Frogan, right? Because that time when Frogan was like, someone said the Druze, and she's like, who's the... Bro, it's so cringe. Hang on. Have y'all seen this moment? Because if you haven't seen this moment, I need to pull it up. But they're like... They're talking about... I don't even remember who else was on the panel, but she's on a panel, and someone brings up the Druze. And she's like, who are the Druze? Who are the Druze? And yeah, she's like, what the fuck is a Druze? And then, like, I guess she, like, takes a second to look it up. And then she goes, oh, Druze.
Oh, no. Al-Qarinj.
So...
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, as Cosmic seems to be pointing out here, so the Druze have been getting not just killed, like humiliated, there's videos of them ripping off the mustaches, hair by hair, of Druze, like to humiliate them and demean them.
That's just like, why would you put that much work into it?
There's
dedication.
There's reports of murder and we'll say grape, of like a 5-year-old girl and others. Like it's just gotten, but it's been really crazy. So Israel has stepped in to defend the community because the Druze are a big part of Israel.
Of course,
they're a valuable part of. So basically, they've been begging the government, and the government said they would help. So they've been actually fighting the Syrian military. Now, technically, the leadership, these are apparently like official Syrian like military doing some of this, but it's kind of being like denied by the top guy. I don't know. It's very confusing.
Yeah, because I think Syria has been wanting to join. My understanding is Syria, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Yeah, I thought they wanted to like recognize Israel and join the Accords.
Here's my read of it. Maybe someone else like Cosmic knows better, but like my read is that the what's his name, Giuliani, doesn't have full control.
Like that makes sense. It's still very fractured.
Yeah, I think he's trying to still get. I think they're it's very unstable, and there's different like groups, and it's a mixture of like ISIS and others that want to do terrible things, and he's trying to legitimize it all. And so he's called for all sorts of things that doesn't necessarily mean everyone's listening.
250
And
people have been
they've also
killed.
announced apparently that they're going to Islamize the state further, so that everyone has to live under Sharia,
Oh,
which
of
I don't think was
course.
the case before. And so now they're going through it. Yeah.
God damn it. I knew it. Everyone was like, oh, Sound of the Fallen, it's great. And I'm like, yes, that's great. But we don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, they're what they're doing though is like Israel's actually they want to demilitarize like zone where the Druze are, especially in Sueda. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I think it's Sueda. And
It's probably something like Suaida.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I think Schwarzenegger was saying it maybe.
Suaida.
Yeah. So anyway, it's cool that Israel's doing that, and it's also confusing the fuck out of everybody because no one knows these details about the Middle East. Everyone's so ignorant, and they're just assuming Israel's deciding to like expand into Syria now or some shit. Like they really just don't understand. Yeah.
That's
Anyway,
not even
the
like.
update there.
That's not even like, you can't even make that argument if you know about like Israel's relationship with
That,
the
and there's
Druze.
a potential hostage deal coming up.
Republicans advance bill to claw back foreign aid and public media funding, send measure to full Senate vote. Damn it. Murkowski, you are. Wait a minute. Oh, in a tie. There was a tie. Murkowski actually decided to grow some balls when it didn't even matter anymore. Murkowski actually decided. Oh, hey, whoa! Back echo. Make sure you mute my stream, but so it doesn't echo. Josh.
Yo, I see you muted on. Yo, I see you muted on.
Yeah, you see how you can like hear yourself? I'm gonna need you to mute my stream so it doesn't echo. Yeah.
Oh no, I did. Yeah, I muted it, but for some reason I don't hear you on. Oh, now I did. Okay.
On
I
Discord?
wasn't hearing you on
Okay.
Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I apologize. I gotta
You're fine.
run again shortly.
Oh my god! Why do you always do this?
You know why? You know why I'm running?
Why?
Because I gotta go see your dad.
Oh, okay. We'll have fun.
We're going to a music thing.
Oh, did you see Superman yet?
I did. You guys talked about this?
Yes. Not everyone has seen it though, so
No, I won't spoil anything at all.
careful with spoilers.
But
I
won't spoil anything.
I loved it.
I liked it a lot. I think I was close to loving it. I think I understand the reason to drop us in media res, like in the middle of it all, but I think it was a lot to drop us into. Like I really feel like if I watched it again, I'd probably like it more because now I like.
I mean, why do
Miller.
you not? I guess you just don't know Superman's origin story then, huh?
No, here's my issue. Technically, you're right. We don't need the origin story, except he did such a different, more comic book accurate take.
Oh, it was so great.
He did such a different, but then it almost felt like I needed the origin for this new version because so much was going on. Like, it's not like we had the origin of him and Mr. Terrific and all that before. Like, he just dropped us into all of it.
Of course, it's not Winter Soldier Cosmic. Winter Soldier only could happen with the development that happened from the movies before. If you did Winter Soldier as the first movie, it wouldn't be nearly as good.
That's kind of how Superman felt to me, though.
I disagree.
It was good, but I think it'll fare better when more stuff comes out with these characters and we go back to it. It'll feel good.
Well, in that
sense,
sense,
he didn't really
the Winter Soldier
stands
alone.
He just didn't spend enough time with some of the things. He just packed so much into it. Like it felt like a sequel rather than the opener. But
Winter Soldier is good, but the way some people like fawn over it all the time makes me want to like it less. You don't need to know anything about the universe to like enjoy the movie, but it's not nearly as good if you don't. It becomes a generally good movie if you don't know anything about it. But
Do you know the?
If
the
you
origins
do
of
know
Superman?
things about it, it makes it that much better. I don't know. Maybe having seen the first Captain America and had that friendship built between them makes the impact of seeing him a little bit more forceful than if you didn't know who he was at all. Because then they have that built-up friendship. They addressed it. No, sorry, you're not understanding me. You're not understanding me, Cosmic. Watching that first movie allows you to, in your mind, build an emotional connection to Bucky. Which, if you had not seen the movie, all you get is that, he was my old friend. It adds more. I'm not saying you're not going to understand the movie. You won't be able to appreciate it as much without all of that other context. Oh God, here we go. We're back. We're back at this fucking argument. Sorry.
Do you know the origin?
No.
Superman?
You take your face palm and you stuff it in your fucking back pocket, Cosmic. I'm 100% right about that. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous point of view to think that you're going to appreciate the Winter Soldier and the connection between him and Steve as much as if you had seen the first movie. That's ridiculous. Josh, back me up here, please.
I think you're both right in a way, but obviously it's nice to have more. It's nice to have more backstory. Is it needed? It's kind of the same way I feel about
It's
Superman.
not,
Like you didn't.
I didn't
need it.
say it was needed. I was saying you don't appreciate it as much.
Yeah, sure. You probably wouldn't
Through
appreciate it as
one
much,
scene? You think one
But I'll be
scene is going to
I'll-
do the
I'll-
same work as half a movie?
The first Captain America
2 scenes.
is also a little bit, in my view, one of the weaker films because it had very little in the
That's
realm of
fine.
stakes.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. My point is that
Winter
it
Soldier
built up
really
the
hard.
relationship well between him and Bucky. And you make that connection with Bucky more strongly than if you had only watched The Winter Soldier. And so his impact of showing up again, it's much stronger for the viewer if you've seen that first movie and you've already made those connections to the characters.
But I have to go. I just wanted to ask: have you seen that? Do you know the origins of Superman?
What do you mean?
Like who created Superman and all that, and
Of
what
course.
it was meant to be. A lot of people
course.
don't. I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, well,
Just heard.
a lot of people don't, and then some of the commentary they made about the certain conflict in the film made me
Yeah,
chuckle.
there's idiots about that.
Also, did you
Also,
see? I know, I said that. You saw he turned in his first draft in May of 23, and I was like, you guys.
If anything, it was a Ukraine-Russia.
Yeah, if, and this is exactly what I said. I said, if it was anything, it was that, but that's just assuming it wasn't just a general commentary.
Yeah, and also it wasn't that deep. Like it wasn't.
Yeah.
Not like, oh my god, look at this amazing.
But you know
commentary.
why? You know why they thought it was Israel-Palestine, right?
Yeah.
You know why? Because the good guys are white, the bad guys are white, and the good guys are brown.
It's not even the case in real life either, though. It is.
I know.
It's not.
I know, but that's what's in their head.
Well,
That's
there's that in
literally
the
what it
whole,
was.
like,
The oppressors
army.
are the white people. The people who are being oppressed are the brown people. Therefore, it's Israel-Palestine. That's
It seems like it was
that's the whole thing.
They called it Barack. There was clearly a stand-in for Russia and Ukraine. Anyway, but
Yeah.
if anything, but the obviously the origins of Superman are very, very Jewish, and the it's a Moses allegory. People think it's a Jesus.
It's
allegory, but
Latveria invading Wakanda. That's where Gunn stole it from. Did he say that, Cosmic?
Anyway, love you guys. I gotta run.
Love you, buddy.
Jordan just wanted to
Maybe
say
next
bye.
time. Maybe next time, come in and stay for a while. For once.
Do that.
Don't forget to
For
leave
sure.
my stream on in the background, buddy. Thank you.
Did it help you?
Yes, it does.
Should I leave everything on?
Yes, please. Well, not the Discord, but my kick stream.
Okay, I'll leave the stream on.
Yeah. Thank you, bud.
All right, take care. Bye bye.
See you, bud. Oh, it's your theory. Oh, okay. I doubt we're gonna get any sort of public statement about this directly from Gunn. I'm sure he's seeing like the commentary online about it, and he's like, I do not want to touch this at all. As a Gaul, I have a right of return to France. Goodness gracious. Yeah. You guys are tripping if you think you can appreciate the Winter Soldier as much without having watched the first one. Tripping. Oh, who's this random Scarlett Johansson? I wonder what her backstory is, too. Oh, who's this? Why is Samuel L. Jackson here? Why do we care about him? I didn't say enjoy Cosmic. That's not what I said. I said it's still a good movie on its own. I'm saying it is better if you have watched the other ones. Shut the fuck up, neighbor Rooney. I'm sorry. Okay. No. You're trolling me. You're trolling me now. You better be. Oh, Thor 1 and 2. I thought you were talking about just Winter Soldier and the other movies. Thor 1 and 2 are not the best. I kind of like Thor 1. Thor 2 is really not great on its own. Thor 2 is a clear example of, weirdly enough, movies coming afterwards making it better. Yeah. Captain America 1, I will not hear this heresy about any film that contains Hugo Weaving. I will never hear this, ever. I will not accept it. Nothing after Iron Man. Holy shit. I should make all of you walk the plank, honestly. Iron Man is super good. How do we feel about Iron Man 3? So what, neighbor Rooney? You like the Incredible Hulk? Thank you, Cosmic. Everybody goes nuts over Iron Man 3, and I'm just like, You like the Incredible Hulk. Jesus Christ. That is a not great movie. Maybe I've seen it too many times, but oof. It's okay. And that's the nice thing I can say. It's okay. That, for me, is probably the weakest of the MCU. It's so unique and interesting, but, like, it's the same for me. Like, I barely remember it. I just remember, like, all of the weird transitions, the Hulk doggies. But I love Eric Bana. In Troy. He also kicked ass in Munich. Stan Lee technically had a hand in all of them up until Endgame. How big the hand in it was is questionable. No. No. That's why I said how big the hand was. I'm counting a cameo as having a hand in it. Yeah, Hector or Troy. Yeah. No, I'm always gonna remember Eric Bana from Munich. That's what I love him from. Yeah, I think I heard that Cosmic, that they were like taking advantage of him at some point. It's a whole court case where they tried to render him incompetent. Yeah, bleh. It's rude. Very rude of them. Someday, 500 years from now, the shitty Disney MCU will be the grimmest fairy tales in their time, and that makes me sad. Fuck you. I love the MCU. Infinity War is a masterpiece. And so is Endgame. I don't care what you think, Victoria. I love Endgame.
Fucking awful movie.
Infinity War is better than Endgame. I do agree with that. But I also believe Endgame tied everything up super, super well. Jesus, Neighborroony. Good Lord. Oh, man. I like the sauce sometimes. Why? We can't have a little emotion? I like cheesy things sometimes. It's nice. Oh my god. The funeral had me in crying buckets. We had to sit with it. They had to do it. They had to pull at our heartstrings. It's the death of Tony Stark. You can't just let that go, right? You can't just do that quick and easy. You got to take your time with it. It wouldn't have been the same. Wouldn't have been the same if it was Thor. I mean, we had a few actual deaths. That's not true. Black Widow? Vision, Loki. I mean, I'm counting both of the movies. Basically Captain America. There is no pleasing you, Cosmic. I mean, Natasha. So, I mean, Natasha and basically Steve. I mean, Steve is basically gone, right? Technically, he's still alive, but, you know, he's fucking useless, so. Neighbor Rudy, did you even watch all of these? I'm curious. Interesting. I wonder if, like, they'll have, like, an in-game announcement of, like, when Steve Rogers actually dies. I mean, in-game, in-universe announcement of, like, when he actually dies. Because I guess he's still alive. He's just, like, living a life quietly. Wow, the good guys win, Cosmic. It's almost as if that is going to happen in a superhero story. You think they were just going to end it? They were just going to do Infinity War and be like, that's it. It's over. MCU's done. Yeah, because they were all on contract. Apparently, from what I've heard, Doomsday and Secret Wars, they are going to kill off a bunch of people. Which makes sense. Because, like, some of these actors, it'll be about time for them to hang up their shit. But when did this sprout up? This one's gonna be tough. Nah, I need better weapons. Ah! Run! The Notebook, directed by Michael Bay. Jesus Christ. I'm glad you guys don't work in Hollywood. Ooh, anything else is over. One foreign film from this year? No, I don't think I can. What the hell?
Whatever life holds in store for me, I will never forget these words. With great power comes great
I'm totally gonna get fucking copyrighted on this, but whatever, fuck it.
responsibility. This is my gift.
Are you big enough for them to even care?
Yep.
Who am I? I'm Spider-Man.
Really? Or do they have like a auto
Whatever.
detect AI?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I was gonna say you're not. If they didn't have that, you're not really big enough for them to.
Are you Lil
For you to
Gupping
be
me
on the
right
radar.
now?
What?
Are you Lil Gupping me right now?
What does that mean?
He's Lil Gupping me. You're like clowning on how small of a creator I am.
What? I mean, you have to start somewhere.
Up. People just came over from anything else. What's up, anything else, peeps? Alright. I guess that means we could probably start with our normal shit for the day. Now we can get into our Epstein shit.
Before you do, I think the last time I was here, I made a comment, something to the effect of, well, at least Pam Bondi's hot. I rescind that comment. So I had to realize that I just never had watched her on a large screen before. I was watching her fumble through with the acting director of DEA. Some updates about methamphetamines. I can't even say methamphetamines. No, she's a Klingon or a reptilian. Her face is fucked. Like, it's fucked. And she's also dumb. Very dumb. I don't know if it's a Florida accent or what the fuck that backwards shit is of her. I don't know. Her face is fucked.
Neighboruni says still would. So we're starting off with Victoria publishing a correction.
Yes, she is. I just never had seen her face really. I just never really looked at it, I guess. Ugh. Good God.
Oh man. Oh gosh.
Methamphetamines. Oh my God. That shit drove me nuts watching that.
Is that what she said?
Fake Adderall
Methamphetamines?
pills, crack, cocaine, meth in
Jeez.
pill format. So the cartels, that means Big Beautiful Bill
Oh god.
and making America safe again.
Jesus. She's almost 60. True.
Looks like a Klingon.
All right. The Epstein shit is like happening so fast that there are live blogs for it right now. This is crazy. I can't believe he's like actually tweeting shit about his supporters.
Like talking shit about them.
Yeah.
It's Trump.
I mean, he's a dumbass, so I mean,
These are the have the tweet here. They will all be whipped. You have 94% support by the end of the week. I'm already seeing some of them like change their minds about it, but I don't know, man. Like the podcast people are talking shit. And that's where all these people get their news from. Dems just need to keep pushing it. He's in danger of losing his FBI director and deputy director at the same time.
who is?
Trump?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about their thought you were talking about someone whose FBI director is about to lose their status. Okay. I heard that wrong.
Public confidence in the Fed chair is low. Why?
Why not?
Soldados Imperiales.
I mean, he's like held up against political pressure and done what the Fed is deemed proper as far as interest rates go.
By not really fucking with them because of the uncertainty with tariffs and exports?
Exactly. Which, like, if everything's super uncertain, why would you want to go fucking around with interest rates if you don't know how it's going to affect the economy?
I think that's the dice we roll every time.
Well, there are certainly
What impact?
times where the impact of an interest rate hike or drop is more predictable than what's going on right now. I don't understand. I don't understand how those polls can be the case after they all fought so hard to block that bill Americans are retarded, man.
Companion style.
No, he just said he wasn't going to do it, Nate Rooney. Yeah, he said it like either today or like yesterday. Yeah, I don't. I mean, like, I don't. You just can't. You really just can't predict what this guy is gonna do. You just can't. Like one quote from George Carlin, I fucking love, is, you know, when he talks about politicians, and he says, you know, maybe it's not the politicians that suck around here. Maybe something else sucks. Like the public. Yeah, the public sucks. That's a nice campaign slogan for somebody. The public sucks. Fuck hope. And I feel like every year that goes by, that sentiment is just reinforced. And I look at polls like this and I'm just like, oh, God, everyone's an idiot. President Trump, asked about his earlier social media post lambasting his supporters over mounting pressure for the full release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, said he wasn't dismissing all his supporters wholesale. I lost a lot of faith in certain people, he said. He went on to try to blame the controversy, which started with growing rancor among his far-right Republican base, on Democrats. Are you fucking kidding me? He also complained that he wasn't getting enough credit for his accomplishments over the last 6 months. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think Trump said he's just going to wait till the end of Powell's term, which is up next year. And then he said they're going to just try and pick someone new then. Which, like, to be fair, that's what you probably should do. Why shake it up if he's going to be gone? But, like, you know, God, I can't imagine a fucking Trump loyalist at the head of the Fed who's going to, like, raise and lower interest rates at his whim. Oh my God, that's going to be so bad. Elon. What does he want? Amazing that Epstein killed himself and Ghislaine is in federal prison for hoax. This is great. I love this. We need to encourage this. We need to be going into these comments and, like, hyping up that this is all a conspiracy and that, like, Trump is trying to hide it. Like, get them at each other's throats. At this point, that's all we have. A lot of these comments are people just saying, like, yeah, Elon, we know, but the Dems are so dirty, so stop criticizing Trump on this. Oh my God. All right, Jesus Christ, Neighborhoony. Let's see. How's this one? Do you like this one? What, did you have another one in mind? Oh. Hang on. Let me see if I can do this one. Oh yeah. Get a load of this. Hang on, I think I need to refresh. Goodness. That's a little small. Let me see if I can find a bigger one. Let's see how this looks. Let's see if this one's better. Okay. Come on. Did that work? Do I need to do it again? Okay, there we go. All right, let's try it. Well, I wanted to... There's a bigger one. It's the same one, but just like a bigger size. I want to see if that's better. There we go. Much better. I don't know. Not much dramatic. We're just talking about Epstein stuff right now. Yeah, that other one was real small. This is much better. Much better. Yes. I'll have you know, I decided to grace you with my presence instead of playing Minecraft with the little time I have left before getting up for work. Hey, well, thank you, Grace. We love having you here. And I see what you did there. I see what you did there, because your name is Grace. Hey, nice. Congrats. What are you doing? I literally work in the industry, Cosmic. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I've watched more than that. That's nice. That's gotta be really nice. Yeah, those jobs where it's like, oh, I'm gonna have to do it. Yeah, like all the time. That always sucks. Bleh. Alright, so I haven't seen this yet. I guess Tiny went on to Counterpoints on Al Arabiya. I know, that's great. I will mean mug Greta all day. She's so cringe. That's right. I get the behind the scenes shit, bitches. Ah, very cool. Yeah, we're slowly but surely building a nice little set of emotes. Oh! That's interesting. I don't know how... I mean, it's gonna pay well, for sure. Ooh. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Congrats. Congrats, Grace. I'm happy for you. Get yourself out of that fucking state. Blah. Oh, great. Of course I have to refresh. Of course.
Have the Democrats become too woke? Are the Republicans skewing too isolationist? Is there really a swathe of middle-spectrum American voters just waiting for a new political party to
The
solve
America
all their
Party
woes?
thing.
Elon Musk thinks so. Up for debate. Can and should the tech billionaires shake up the US political system? I'm Melinda Nusafora, and you're watching Counterpoints.
Oh no! Here we go! Here we go! These fucking bots again. Not again, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, is this gonna happen all over again? Jesus. Is this the Onion? No. It's Al Arabiya.
When most friendships break down, it usually results in some hurt feelings, a blocked phone number, and unfollowing on social media. When Elon Musk's friendship with the president broke down, he decided to dismantle the foundations of the US political system. The South African Tesla boss has vowed to give Americans independence from the two-party system. He says his America Party will give voters back their freedom. Not surprisingly, his former BFF isn't happy.
And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
And he's right. The two-party system, Democrats versus Republicans, has been in place since 1854. There have been a smattering of minor parties which in the past have contested an election or two, but they've never, ever achieved longevity or real influence. Musk believes there's a vast, untapped middle ground of American voters, disaffected Republicans and Democrats, who currently feel underrepresented. Is he right? Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask, would a third party be a good thing for American politics? Is disenfranchisement radicalizing American political parties? And is the two-party system broken, or is it the two parties themselves? Stay with us. Joining us to discuss the shake-up taking place in American politics is Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator, and Stephen Bonnell, a political commentator, streamer, and YouTuber.
Oh, God.
Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thank you for your time. Elon Musk was the biggest known political donor during last year's presidential campaign, contributing almost $300 million to Donald Trump's White House run. He was front and center at rallies
Here we
before
go.
the election
This is gonna
and a
be
fixture in the
all
White
night.
House after it. But a rift over Trump's big, beautiful bill ended that friendship. Since then, Musk has been riding this wave of apparent discontent amongst some Republicans. He's framing the America Party as centrist, meaning he can tap into those unhappy with the Democrat leadership as well. But can he succeed where others have failed? Joey, let me start with you. Do you welcome Elon Musk's creation of a new political party to kind of challenge the establishment? Do you think that that sort of competition is good for American politics?
Well, I'll be honest, it's very hard for a third party to succeed in the United States of America. And it never has traditionally. There's no example of a third party that has ever been able to effectively win an election. So Elon Musk, I have immense respect for this man. This is a living genius. They'll be talking about him for 1,000 years in the history books. I just don't understand why he's going down this path, because with the Republican agenda, apparently, I thought he agreed on about 90% of what Donald Trump was putting out. He wore the hat. He said Trump was right about everything. He was the biggest donor to Donald Trump. He was in the administration running Doge. Now he wants to start this party, which in essence is only going to take votes away that should be going to Donald Trump's allies in the Republican Party. I don't see why Elon didn't take all that money and start running a primary campaign against the many Congress people that he has problems with. That would be effective. You put $1 million into the 435 districts into these primary challenges. You don't even have to do that much, to be honest with you. There's fewer districts that Republicans control. You could get a lot more done through the vehicle of the Republican Party, like when Trump took it over in 2016 and does every single cycle take it further in his image. I don't see why Elon didn't try that, because in my opinion, this right here is a very bad recipe for the Democrats to run the table in 2026. And
Let's
I don't know
go!
Okay, Destiny, what's your take on that?
They might be writing about Elon Musk for a long time, but it will be less to do with his geniusness and more to do with his horrendous, political participation in the United States. I think that Elon and Trump are a match made in heaven. They are both men who are driven primarily by their emotions. Whoever triggered them last is likely the one to catch their wrath. Elon Musk wants to start this new party because Doge was an absolute and epic, monumental failure. They did not find the fraud they were looking for. Elon is incompetent when it comes to management or leadership, and Donald Trump was not able to find the savings that he was hoping to find when he realized that Doge wasn't going to turn them over, these trillions of dollars of savings that they originally promised. And now Trump has basically solidified the tax cuts that were given before. He's had to make deep cuts into other federal programs like Medicaid. And now he's, pawned all of that kind of blame off onto Elon Musk, who's about to...
All women is... Uh-oh, DEI! Very supportive, not catty either. Awesome. They've all been together for years now, been extremely kind and welcoming.
realized that he is far less politically popular than he thought he was. Elon was just kind of borrowing, I would say, political aura from Trump. And on his own, I don't think Elon will be very successful anywhere. We kind of all saw that in Wisconsin when he went and he spent, $30 million on that the Wisconsin Supreme Court justice race and got absolutely nowhere. So I welcome it. I like the infighting, obviously. The sooner this movement dies, the better the entire country will be.
Yes.
Joey, is the problem Elon? I can see you rolling your eyes there. What's your take on what Destiny?
No, the problem is I don't like when people like Destiny are happy. So
why the hell are we getting political insight from a dude named fucking Joey?
if Elon is doing something that is causing people like Destiny to celebrate, then we have a problem. Because
Hey!
Elon has 90% of
Triggered.
his
He's so triggered. He's so triggered right now.
same opinions as the MAGA movement. He said Trump was right about everything. He said it clearly. And we don't even know, other than the spending cuts, what exactly this America Party would even be talking about. What's the difference between the America Party and the Republican Party? None of this is fleshed out yet. None of this has been absolutely solidified. So right now, it just looks like we're going to have a Republican Party run by Trump, the MAGA Party, and we're going to have the Elon America Party, which is, I guess, a more centrist version. Here's the problem. I don't see Democrats going over to Elon because Elon was so tight with Donald Trump. So I just don't, they looked at him as enemy number one and enemy number two. It was Trump and Elon. These were the two big enemies of the Democrats. I just don't see a lot of the Democrats now walking over and hanging out on Elon's party. It's not something that I really can imagine, so I don't see how it ends any other way than Democrats getting more power. If, why doesn't Elon go fund the radical Democrat Party, the AOC, Zoran Mamdani, the crazy lunatics? Go give them money, let them split off from the Democrats, and let the Republicans run the table. Why are we giving Democrats an advantage? I don't understand this. I don't see strategy here, but I just don't understand.
Because he's not trying to see strategy. He's trying to fuck it up for Trump because he's all up in his feels about Trump, which is great. Let him be. Let him be. It's better for us. We need a win.
Understand what we're doing. Seriously.
Is it a betrayal, Joey? Do you think that some Republicans are going to feel betrayed by this? Because if it goes ahead, it's going to split the ticket.
It is going to split the ticket. I don't know if you would use the word betrayal, but it's absolutely confusing. It's time for this to all stop. This could be a very hard negotiating tactic, too, for Elon. You don't know that. We don't know 100%.
Sham wow guy.
The party hasn't been formed. Candidates have not been chosen. There's not 435 congressional candidates getting ready to run. So we don't know that this is not just a very hard negotiating tactic. If it goes ahead, and if it has the result that, we sort of think it's going to have, you would look at it as somewhat of a betrayal, yeah. But at the same time, maybe Elon feels betrayed.
Bro,
because
fuck
he put
off.
$300 million to the campaign, and Trump kind of did whatever Trump wanted.
Fuck
Trump
off.
can't be bought. This is something Elon learned in a very difficult manner. Trump can't be bought. So you put $300 million into the campaign, but you don't really get a whole lot of input because
it's bots,
dude. About who's funding projects. He does what
this
he thinks is
happened
best for the
before
country.
too.
So Elon, maybe he thought he would have a little more sway. Didn't turn out that way.
Destiny, can Trump not be bought with that $300 million from Elon?
Trump can absolutely be bought, but he's just bought with flattery and people who are feeding into his narcissism. Money doesn't necessarily do it. He's already running enough scams that he's funded for the rest of his lifetime. We've got Trump coin, we've got Melania coin, we've got the $300 million or $400 million Qatari jet. We've got so many different scam sales. He's selling Trump Bibles. He's selling pieces of suits that he got supposedly shot in. He's selling so many different things. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to bribe Trump. You just have to kind of flatter the man in order to get him to do what you want.
Joey, what do you think about that? I can see your facial expression
A lot of those
reacting.
projects that Destiny's... No, I mean, so if he can't be bought, he's bought by flattery. I mean, Destiny doesn't like Trump. He's never going to like Trump. This is just an obvious thing. The suits, the Bibles. The Bible isn't even Trump's. That's the Lee Greenwood's project that Trump promoted. So he doesn't know what he's talking about here. But at the end of the day, what we have to see here is that the Republican Party...
This guy's a tool.
That's true. It is not a perfect vehicle. But the way to get it to be more perfect is not with a third party, in my opinion. You can't. It's not a
Yes, let's go. Elon party. Let's go, Elon party.
You form coalitions. That's fine. It doesn't work when the Republicans have two parties that are splitting their vote, and the left has one party because they're full steam ahead. They just want to go straight to socialism. All of them. They don't really care.
What are you retarded?
Get where they're going. And I hate
oh my God. Yep. This guy's an idiot. They just want to go straight to socialism. We need to work so hard. This is why it's so important that we push away this far left part of the party that's ruining it for the rest of us. Because doofuses like this guy can go on TV and be like, yeah, they just want to go straight for socialism. Fucking idiot. Go ahead, Mika.
I envy the Democrats. I envy the way the Democrats stick together and go to the common goal.
Well, he's also in some other reality. Because the Democrats have a huge problem with parts of our party going against what the rest of the party wants. That's why we're in this situation to begin with. It's the Republicans that have been able to coalesce historically and vote for the same guy. This guy is off in fucking La La Land. I don't know what world he's living in.
Really wish we had more of that in the Republican Party. The problem with us is we're more independent-minded. We're not cult mindset. So we sort of have a lot of different arguments going on.
Bro, this guy is crazy. Did you hear that? He just said we're independent-minded. We don't have a cult mindset. Are you tripping, dog? I mean, like, you must be tripping. You must be on the good shit.
even the libertarians. Really, if you think of that, they're an offshoot of the Republicans too. So we're going to have not only the America Party, the Libertarian Party too. You got two parties that are going to pull from our votes. How do we realistically compete at that point without handing the party over to people, not the party, the country, over to people like AOC, Zoran, and all the lunatics that Destiny loves? It's scary.
But
it's really scary.
that brings me to a question for you, Joey. If Donald Trump really has delivered on immigration, on his election promise of the big, beautiful bill, he's essentially stopped the war between Iran and Israel. If he has delivered on these things, why is there a split emerging within the Republican movement, within the MAGA movement?
Jesus.
So here's my thing. I didn't really see this big split until Elon had this problem with the funding in the bill. They put Elon in charge of Doge, right?
You're getting a ban.
Got all this waste, fraud, and abuse that he exposed. There were cuts that he found. Maybe it wasn't to the scale that he had promised, but there was a lot of fraud. The stuff he uncovered in USAID was out of this world. That got taken out. He brought it to Congress. Congress refused to codify the Doge cuts. So I was not pleased with that. A lot of Republicans were not pleased with that. That's not Trump's fault. Trump does not.
I know.
control
I'm sad
Unfortunately,
that I have to
these
ban
Congress
somebody
people
named
are not
Shorzy.
reliable a lot of the times. They're funded by interests that we don't even know. And when you get to that level and you see all this secretive backroom stuff that they're doing, you can't really break a lot of them. You got to get rid of them. The problem here is Elon has decided he wants to get rid of them through a third vehicle.
That's a big
I just
bummer.
don't see the vision there. I don't see the vision there. But as far as MAGA splitting apart, there was a little tension around the Iran 12-day war that was going on, but that stopped. I mean, that's pretty much done. So everybody, MAGA's pretty unified. You just have Elon who, let's be honest, I mean, Elon became MAGA in July of 2024, right? So Elon was not with MAGA in 2016. He wasn't with MAGA in 2020. He came in 2024. And it was when the Trump coalition sort of changed. You had a lot of people from the tech world that came in, because I think at that point it looked like Trump was inevitable. July 2024, everybody kind of realized when the bullet went in the head, they understood, okay, this guy's winning the election. So a lot of people came in.
Okay.
And Elon was one of them, and it was a different agenda maybe than the original MAGA agenda.
Destiny, what do you see when you see Elon Musk making these sort of pronouncements? Is he serious about wanting to create a centrist party, or is he just serious about thumbing his nose at his former best friend?
I think he's serious in that his feelings are very much hurt against another guy who also has easily hurt feelings. I don't think he's actually going to go through with this party creation and promotion, but I guess we'll see. The idea that MAGA has some ideological, I guess, like variation in it, though, is pretty funny, considering it is one of the most cultish movements that have ever
Yes,
existed.
thank you.
The idea, for instance, we're seeing recently with all this Epstein stuff, the idea that we're trying to pawn off the inability to pursue anything else with Epstein's supposed client list due to Biden, when Epstein, was on tape saying he's a close personal friend of Donald Trump, when he died in a federal prison under Donald Trump, when the lawyer who initially got him his no jail bargain for the first time he got caught, and that guy Acosta went on to become the labor secretary under Trump, when Trump was president for 4 years, while they were supposedly investigating him and everything else. Like, all of this somehow gets pawned off into Biden. Every single person comes together to say that, oh yeah, we agree, it was definitely the Democrats, it was definitely Biden, despite the fact you got people like Bongino who are on programs like Tim Pool saying, oh no, I've got a 100% source that says that Epstein and all these other guys are working together, we're close to it, and we got it, and then as soon as he's in his office and they actually have the files, they're like, oh shoot, we can't blame the deep state anymore, we are the deep state, and now everything's disappearing is just absolutely hilarious to me. The idea that Donald Trump is incapable of working with Congress, even the idea that, we can't do anything with Congress because these guys are bought off by special interests. If you have a Congress that's bought off by special interests, how are you not able to just buy them off yourself? You're literally partnered with the richest man on the planet. If Congress is really bought off, they just go and pay for them. Like, I don't understand. None of it actually makes any sense. It's a clown show. The entire MAGA movement just relies on repeating these lies over and over and over and over again until they can pull the wool over your eyes and convince you that, what's fantasy is real. And that's why we've got, somebody, Joey, celebrating the fact that it was only a 12-day back and forth with Iran, when this is a president who ran the slogan, no new wars for, for how long? That's why we're celebrating the fact we have basically no cuts from Doge, when they originally promised us $2 trillion in cuts, which is more than our entire discretionary budget. So.
Before we move on to our next segment, I'll just let you respond to that, Joey, and then we'll move on to focus more on the Democrats.
Yeah, he's saying the Trump MAGA movement is a cult because of the Epstein files. I don't see the Epstein files actually being something that a lot of people are happy about.
Have you noticed, like, a lot of big Trump supporters have actually adopted, like, his little hand movements things? Like, completely subconsciously. So many of them you see now are, like, doing this and this and this. And this guy has, like, sits up there and is like, we're not a cult. And then dude's doing shit like this.
The MAGA movement has been very vocal the last few days that they are very upset about how Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, has handled the Epstein files. And so I don't know what he's talking about, that everybody's fallen in line.
Yeah, it's Pam Bondi. That's their thing right now. That's their thing right now, is they're all pointing at Pam Bondi. They can't blame Trump for it. They have to point to Pam Bondi.
Donald Trump has now changed his mind about the Epstein files, so we're changing our minds. Most of the people that I'm seeing, if you read Twitter and you talk to MAGA people, they're very angry at Pam Bondi. They want her out of the job.
Yeah, see, again, they're angry at Pam Bondi.
Trump Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Let's just get that straight. So he's saying it's a close personal friend.
Okay.
These are lines that the Democrats have to use because they have nothing. But at the end of the day, Trump and the Epstein files, that's a big issue that Pam Bondi is going to have to reckon with. And MAGA
Again, Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi has to reckon with it, not Trump. Pam Bondi. No, not. We don't dare say Trump has to reckon with it, even though whenever Biden's president and something went wrong, it was never like, oh yeah, it was the guy in charge of this. No, it was Biden. But when it's Trump, if something goes wrong, it's the person in his cabinet who's in charge of it, not Trump. No, not Trump. Come on, he's just the president. He doesn't decide it. Pam Bondi decides it.
About Epstein files and cult. That's just craziness.
All right, let's move on and refocus our
Wait, can we
attention
get a
back.
prediction? Do you think that Bondi will get kicked out? I'm just curious. I'd like to hear that on the record. I don't think Bondi's going anywhere. Just like Hegseth isn't going anywhere for the signal chat leaks. Do you think that Bondi's actually going to get, I guess, I don't know.
Do I think Bondi's going to get out? I have no idea. I really, on the record, I can't tell you if she's going to get thrown out. She should be thrown out. My opinion is she should be thrown out.
I'll say it. She won't be. She absolutely won't be. There will be no accountability. We'll move on to the next thing.
All right. Let's turn our attentions to the Democrats now, because we're also seeing discontent between elected leadership and
This guy's
grassroots
a clown.
members, even though Joey disagrees. The grassroots often lean left on many domestic and international issues, and a Reuters poll last month of self-identifying Democrats found that 64% believe the leadership needs to be replaced, which perhaps isn't surprising, given how well Zoran Mamdani did in the party's New York mayoral primaries. So whether it's Republicans swinging right or Democrats swinging left, both appear to be favouring these anti-establishment candidates over moderate voices. So, Destiny, is it that American politics is becoming more radicalized on both sides? Are moderate voices
That's
unpopular,
true.
or is it just that they don't
That
make
would
as
be a
much
new
noise?
move for him.
I think it's a noise thing. I think people confuse moderate messaging and extremist messaging with moderate policies and extremist policies. I think you just have to message your moderate policies in an extreme way. Mamdani ran a really good campaign. I think he's got good ads. The guy is significantly to the left of me on several issues, but I mean, the Democrats ran, the most establishment and then guy with baggage that they could, Cuomo, and Mamdani ended up winning the primary. So, I mean, what are you going to do? Like I said, I think he's to the left of me, and I wouldn't have voted for him if I lived in New York, but if he's going to be the candidate, then you support him in the general. You see how his term goes as New York mayor. Maybe some things he tries ends up working. If they don't, well, then you definitely know they don't work.
That's
move on to
true.
the next election.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Joey, what do
like,
you
he
think?
made sure to pick, like, complete loyalists this time.
Are American politicians, American politics becoming more radical purely because that gets them more attention?
I think when campaigns are more digital these days than anything, most of the candidates are online and they're trying to get a base to donate to them online. You do have to lean into the extremism. You do. People do. And that's why Mamdani won. I mean, I don't think 5
He
years ago...
keeps
I don't
calling
think 10
him
years ago-
Mamdani. He keeps calling him Mamdani. This guy... Who is this guy? Do any of you know who this guy is?
Somebody like Mamdani would get anywhere close.
Why does he
to
keep
being
saying
the kind of
Mamdani?
party. It's shocking. I mean, he's to the left of Destiny. He's to the left of everybody. The man wants state-run grocery stores. He wants to set the prices from City Hall in the grocery stores of New York City.
Oh, he's
And
a
that's just
Twitter
the beginning.
nut
He wants
job
to run freezes.
guy.
He's crazy.
No.
Yet, there he is. He is now winning a campaign in a
But do you
major
see
city.
what I mean, dude? They've all, like, so many of these, like, Trump, like, talking heads have, like, subconsciously adopted all of these same like, hand movements that he does. It's kind of crazy. Just watch for it now. Just watch for it. See if you start to notice it. What's this?
Hi, it's Vince with Sham Wow. You'll be saying wow every time.
Did some of that have to do with Andrew Cuomo being an alleged, whatever, groper, rapist? I don't know what they alleged him of, something not right. Maybe that's part of it. But the fact that somebody like Mamdani can now possibly run the biggest...
Bro! How does this guy go on national television and keep calling him Mamdani? Like, I'm not even, like, a fan of Mamdani. But, like, you're embarrassing yourself, my dude. You're embarrassing yourself.
City in America, okay? That's very indicative of a nation moving in a polarized direction. So absolutely, the Democrats, we're seeing a big shift over there. The Republicans, not as much. MAGA, I don't consider it an extremist movement in any way, but you don't see moderates doing very well unless they're very well funded.
No way.
The right wants the right, and they want all the way right, and the left
Listen,
wants all the way left.
The only untouched infomercial man who will always hold a good place in our hearts and his image will never be besmirched is Billy Mays.
Are there centrists? I'm sure. I don't know where they are. I don't think they vote in primaries.
No
They don't
way.
get the actual candidates. on those ballots.
That's the cycle, right? Be a famous person, commit some form of, either physical or sexual violence against a woman, become a right-wing grifter.
Just to be clear,
That's the cycle.
Economic position is extremely extremist. For as far left as Mamdani is on any actual grocery store stuff or rent-free stuff, the entire tariff scheme that Donald Trump is now enforcing across the planet is the most insanely ludicrous idea ever. We were promised 90 deals in 90 days, and I think right now we have, I just checked, 0 still, and we aren't getting any. And he's sending out these cringy, crazy letters with these random caps that look like they're coming from grandmas and grandpas to their children because of stuff that's on Facebook. It's absolutely absurd. We talk about socializing stuff, and Donald Trump just got, what do we get, like a golden share of that steel company that was reverse mergered or whatever with the Japanese steel company. Like, that's basically socialism right there. What do you have when you've got companies that have to run to Donald Trump and beg for reprieve from tariffs? That's basically socialism right there, is having to run to the leader and beg him for preferential treatment so that your company can survive. So the idea that somehow the left is some extremist on economics, but the right is very moderate, is absolutely not true. This guy's
Base?
trying to cut U.S. trade off from the entire world, and he only stopped when he saw the bond markets starting to basically turn their nose up at the United States dollar and destroy our ability to even run the government, to be able to borrow money to fund things, which is something that's really important now, is the Republicans and Donald Trump continue to drive the debt and the deficit higher and higher and higher after they promised that they wouldn't. So,
Joey, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, Joey.
Oh, sure, I'm happy to respond. We actually do have more deals than he's talking about. We had the deal with the UK, we had the deal with China, we had the deal with Vietnam. Other ones are being worked on. And the tariffs.
I don't think the deal with China was ever finalized. And the deal with the UK was, like, very much more favorable to the UK than it was to us. I don't know too much about the deal with Vietnam. But the one with the UK was, like, way more favorable to them than it was to us. And I don't think the deal with China was finalized, right? I'm not sure. Let me know about that one, chat.
He didn't back down. He put all the tariffs. They're coming on August 1. You got all the letters. They're coming August 1. So he can call that extremism. He can call it what he wants. The country was run that way for many, many years. Basically, until 1913, we were run by tariffs rather than...
Dude's like, let's go back over 100 years and do our economic policy from then. Let's do the economic policy, okay, that exacerbated the Great Depression. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Income tax, which just sucks the life out of the middle class in the United States of America. So he can talk about the tariffs are extremism. Trump ran on tariffs. He told everybody what he's going to do when he got in, and that's exactly what he did. So I don't see what's extremist about that. The people voted. They voted for the tariffs.
Mm-hmm. Just for a quick legal clarification on our front, Joey, you were referring when we were talking about Cuomo earlier, used the word rape. I just want to clear it up on the record. In 2001, there were sexual assault investigations by the New York Attorney General, August 2001, but those allegations, 2021, my apologies, 2021, but those allegations were dropped in 2022 by multiple complainants. So just to clarify that, so that we're all on the same page there.
Weird.
sure you guys are fine. It's generally only Donald Trump that sues every single person who says something about him that he doesn't like, so...
Just make sure that Counterpoints doesn't get sued, okay? Destiny, let me ask you this. Both of you have kind of referred to these politicians on the edges, on the extremes, how the most noise gets the most votes. Is there this 80% of centrist voters that Elon Musk is referring to that are just sitting out there waiting for...
You're going to get a lot of mileage
to save them from
out
all
of that
these social
emote.
woes? Is this a little bit of a myth?
There is probably a group of people that you could appeal to with more extremist messaging, with moderate policies. Elon Musk is a loser, and he's weird. He's not the guy who's going to do that. He has no idea what the average person wants. He's almost as narcissistic as Donald Trump and not saying something. And he has no idea how little political clout or leverage he has in this country. He's dramatically overestimating it just because Trump lent him some of his. So whether or not there are people out there that could be messaged to, Elon Musk is absolutely not the guy to find them and do it.
Joey, do you think that if Elon is going to succeed in this, and he wants it to be centrist, does he still need a superstar radical candidate, someone Trump-esque, to capture the limelight, or can he do it himself?
He can't do it himself. I don't believe he can do it himself, because if he wants to, what's he going to do? Be the president? He can't. I mean, he's from South Africa, so he could not be the president. I don't know who or what politician he's thinking would be the person that
I'm
would be
sorry,
the,
like,
top
that's...
of the ticket.
This is who you picked? This fucking guy who thinks top-notch political analysis is saying, what's he going to do? Be the president? He's from South Africa, so he can't be the president. I'm sorry, this is just sad. I know I'm being nitpicky, but this dude is a goober. Oh, yeah. Huh. I mean, I could move it to, like, the other side. Or, like, I can always, like... When I'm watching... I could do this. Zoop. and then I'll move it back, like when I'm not watching something.
I don't see who it could be. People say Massey. I don't see Thomas Massey as somebody who would exactly inspire millions and millions to run to the polls and vote for him. Also, that's already a ticket. It's called the Libertarian Party. It gets about 2% every year. I just don't see what a centrist policy is and who that superstar
He's so
is to deliver
scared.
that message.
He's so scared about this Elon party. He's like, God, no, they're gonna fuck us.
It literally constitutionally cannot be Elon. I don't agree with Destiny where he says Elon Musk is a loser. I bet most losers don't have $400 billion sitting around.
There it is. I knew that was coming. I was like, he called him a loser. This guy's definitely going to come back and be like, yeah, but he's rich. So who's the loser? Okay.
He's got a pretty good leg up from a pretty rich family.
Oh! Oh, host lady was like, oh yeah.
But at the end of the day, the man's not a loser. And the funding that he can put in, too.
Bro, why are you so hurt about him calling Elon a loser? Why does that hurt your feelings so much? It's this whole thing is it's like, if he's rich, he can't be a loser, okay? Let me tell you something, Joey. Let me tell you something. A rich guy can still be a fucking loser, okay? He can still be a dweeb and a weirdo, all right? Just because he's rich doesn't save him from being a fucking weirdo.
The campaign, or any race that he wants to get in.
And I should know, I'm a weirdo.
Is immense. So that's where a third party would look different coming from him. But as you say, I don't see who the face of it is. I don't know. Obviously, it would be Elon's party, but he can't run the ticket. So I just don't know who it would be. We have no clue because we don't know the policies. So we have no idea yet. It's too early to tell.
Destiny, if we look on the left, do you think this lack of direction, this lack of a unified purpose from the Democrats is essentially powering people that are more to the far left, like Mamdani, because there's no one else?
I think that there's like this weird kind of burden that's being placed on Dems right now from...
Hey, 4 months, Jockstar, who's not here? Everybody, claps for Jockstar, even though he's not here.
President the next election cycle and who's leading the Democratic Party. And the reality is that every time an election finishes and you're on your way to midterms, there's always this kind of lull. It happened in 2020. There were a lot of conservatives who were writing a lot of really negative things in 2021 about Donald Trump because they didn't think that he was coming back. And all of a sudden, all of your moral conservatives that didn't like all of the cheating, all of the wives, all of the immorality, all of the a-religiosity, all of them came out to condemn Donald Trump. They didn't like him. But then by 2022, Donald Trump looks like he's about to start running again. You get your DeSantis, your Nikki Haley kind of emerging in 2023, 2024, and then eventually the party falls in line again. So I wouldn't expect to see any leadership position or any leadership figure kind of emerge from the Democratic Party for maybe another year, maybe as we get closer to midterms. But I think where we're at right now is pretty normal, pretty regular. I think the big fear is actually, and nobody's talking about it, the big fear is that the Republican Party is going to have a big issue going into the midterms because the people that support Trump are sycophantic cult worshippers, so they don't really care much about midterms, they don't care much about special elections.
Yes!
We saw this in the midterms with Biden, and we've seen this in
That's the thing.
Elections.
What are they going to do when
campaign,
Trump isn't
so
like on the ticket
election,
anymore?
I think
How are
the
they
Republican Party is
going
gonna be
to
in a weird
like
spot where they're looking for
motivate
kind of their next
people to
leader,
go out and
as that
vote?
MAGA movement falls away, and none of Trump's children seem to have any of the weird kind of charisma that Trump commands. So it's hard to say, what the Republican Party is going to look like come that election cycle.
Joey, who's going to fill that void? Are the Republicans in trouble?
Are the Republicans in trouble? I don't know about trouble, but there is absolutely, I agree with Destiny here. There is no...
He doesn't want to admit they're in trouble, but here's why they might be in trouble. Tucker Carlson? No. This guy? You think that guy?
Republican Party that has the charisma that Donald Trump has been able to command for the past 10 years as the leader of the party. You have Vance, who is leading all the polling, and I like Vance a lot. He's impressed me immensely. But I don't know that he could be the same level of Donald Trump charisma. I actually know he can't. I don't think anyone else can. Trump has a larger-than-life personality.
They
Now,
really
Destiny
have to
brought up the
contend
children.
with
I hope
that.
it's not
That's
the
a
children.
big
I don't like
problem.
those type of dynasties like that. I hope it's not the children. That's the nepotism stuff never sits right with me. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting leadership contest for the Republicans. I don't think it's going to be as clear as people think that Vance will just walk right into the nomination. There will be challenges. The DeSantis people want...
No, dude. Didn't you see recently, like, when Tucker was at Turning Point USA, like, a bunch of people were, like a lot of people were walking out of his speech?
Their try. The other wings of the party, the Nikki Haley people, they want their try. Now, will it be Nikki? No. But it's not going to be Vance giving the keys to the castle, just like many people think. There will be a contest. As far as the Democrats go, I have no idea what they do.
His views on Israel now are never going to fly in the Republican Party, dude. It's just not going to happen.
Cannot be classified as very smart. So we'll see what they do. It's going to be interesting. The next 4 years, in 4 years, when we have the next election, the country is going to look quite different. You're not going to have Trump there. You're not going to have him on the ticket, and it's going to be a very different election. Won't be as exciting, I don't think. It just won't be as exciting.
Well, Well, maybe we'll get you back on when we're talking about that one, Joey. But let's move to our final segment for today as we talk third parties. Calls for an additional party in the US is nothing new. For our audience, I'm going to bring up
I
the
don't
graphic
think so,
here.
buddy.
You gentlemen have seen this
I
graph.
don't think it's going to be Tucker Carlson. I don't think that's happening. A lot of people don't like him now.
I've sent it to you so that you've been able to take a look. This graph is from nonpartisan polling agency Gallup. It's been tracking the desire for a third political party since 2004. Currently, it says that 58% of Americans want another major party, and they have done somewhat consistently since 2014, and yet not a single new venture has succeeded. It partly explains why Donald Trump did so well, given people's desire for something new and to break that status quo. So, Destiny, is the two-party system broken?
I just don't think he
or
has
are
it
the
in
two
him. We'll
parties
see,
themselves
but
broken?
I don't think so, man.
I think it's just kind of a psychology trick, like a revealed preference versus expressed preference kind of thing. People will say that they want a third party, but what they're really saying is, in my mind, I can envision a more perfect candidate that would suit exactly what I want, so I think I would like a third party. But the reality is if you start rolling third parties out, they're humans, they're candidates, they're not going to align with doing every single thing, and people are ultimately going to vote with, probably one of the two major parties that are aligned with their personal political beliefs. In the United States, we have a pretty rich set of opinions in our political parties. The same Democratic Party that had Manchin and Sinema also had AOC,
I mean, he doesn't have the same charisma, but right now he is the front runner. At this moment, he's the front runner. We don't know if it'll stay that way.
Tlaib. You have like a plethora of political opinions that are expressed at the primary level. One candidate rises to the top, and then from there you get your general elections. I don't think there's this huge need. I don't think there's this real desire for a third party. I think probably the excitement for third parties just rise as people's general discontent goes up as well.
Is it about discontent, Joey? Do you think people are discontent and that's why this rise is raising its head now?
Well, we're not. I mean, there is no accurate representation for people in the United States of America because it's two parties. I don't even disagree with the concept that we need more parties. I just think a third party, when you're only going to have a third one that's going to draw straight from the Republicans, would screw us. That's why I'm very against this America Party thing. But in general, we don't have accurate representation. You either have to fall in line with everything the Democrats.
He's
have,
right about that, and
Republicans
I,
have.
for
And
one,
those are the
can't
two
wait.
choices you have.
At least according to Wikipedia. Tucker has expressed interest.
And I really do. I mean, I
don't know, man. I just don't see it with Tucker. But
especially in my district, I have one of the worst Republicans. He should be a Democrat. He votes more with them than with us. So, and that's Brian Fitzpatrick. I don't understand why it is the way it is, but it is that way. The parties have all the money. These are billions and billions of dollars that are in these parties. To break that system
billions.
And do something different is going to take a gargantuan effort. But when it's only coming from Elon, who's going to take straight from the Republicans, and there's going to be nothing to draw from the Democrats, it doesn't really work. Ross Perot, 1992, we all remember, he even dropped out before the election and still took 19%. Where did that mostly come from? Bush. Who got in? Clinton. This is what happens when you have third parties. And
Would you be equally against third parties if the third party was drawing from the left?
I'd be cheering and screaming and supporting.
I know, he's a doofus.
Because honestly, it would draw. Now, what would be beautiful is you had four. If you had somebody doing this on the left and somebody doing this on the right, I'd actually be very happy as well. But
shut up,
the
neighbor.
Democrats love this America Party idea because it's just going to work so well for them. I'd be thrilled as a Republican if somebody works in Republican politics. I'd be thrilled.
No fucking way, dude.
A billionaire with the power of Elon going to come in and fund a third party that's going to draw straight from the Democrats and split their vote, and the Republicans would just walk right into Congress with a supermajority.
No, I'm not saying you like them either, but like Bannon is on the outs with the Republican Party because he and Trump aren't friends anymore, really.
Perspective for the country, it's horrible.
Trump is still going to be alive. He's not. He doesn't like. And I don't think he likes Tucker anymore. I don't think he likes Bannon anymore. And he's going to be sitting from Mar-a-Lago going, "I don't like those guys."
But it's not good when you have it coming from one side and one side only. Just to be completely honest, it's really not good for the party.
Destiny, can you ever envisage a time when we would have a third party that is drawing from the left?
We don't really have a third party friendly system. It just doesn't really work. That mathematically, you're always screwing over your own whatever desires are. We have third parties running. There's no other way to put it.
You're probably right.
Maybe with maybe with a different type of voting system, like a ranked choice thing in some states, maybe. But I want to revisit the way all the congressional laws are written for passing legislation and everything. Because you need like majorities in Congress, and I don't know if we have like the infrastructure legally or like actually for coalition style governing or anything. So we kind of just have what we have, for better or for worse.
Joey, is this just another way for the rich sort of oligarchy class of the US to be taking control of politics?
Well, he wouldn't. I mean, Elon wouldn't take control of politics this way. I think the best way if he wanted to take.
Why did he say it? Why did he say it like that? Why did he hit the 1 HP voice here?
Well, he would. I mean, Elon wouldn't take control of politics this way. I think the best way if he wanted to take control of politics, he was doing a great job with the Republicans. The Republicans.
True.
I mean, first he bought Twitter and made it X. He did free speech. Every
you're not
Republican was
wrong
grateful
about
for
that.
because of the censorship that was going on before. Every Republican was thrilled. Then he backed Donald Trump. I mean, everybody, every Republican, they went from hating electric cars to everybody wanted to buy a Tesla. There were Elon Musk bumper stickers all over people's stuff. I mean, it was Trump and Elon. People were literally saying, I voted for Elon Musk when I voted for Donald Trump. So he wanted a huge position in politics. He was on a great path. He could have essentially gotten a much less rich, independently wealthy candidate for 2028, installed them essentially as the head of the Republican Party, and ran the White House through a proxy. He could have done it. He was on path. I don't know why he decided this way, because he's not going to win the White House this way. At most, he'd be a spoiler for a few parts. Maybe I'm wrong. Elon has a way to make things happen, right? Nobody thought Tesla would succeed to the level it did. Nobody thought when he bought X that it would be blowing up the way it is now and everything is going better. But we just don't have a system. Like Destiny said, I'm agreeing with him way more than I thought. We don't have a system that's friendly to third parties. We're not a parliamentary system. So I don't understand how he thinks this is going to be his vehicle to run the country, if that's his goal. Because in my opinion, this is just a way to run money into the ground.
Destiny?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You can't. We just don't have the infrastructure for a third party. Yeah.
What about this idea of oligarchs buying their positions of power? I mean, he didn't get what he wanted in the end from the Republican Party, so now he's just buying himself his own political party, as so he says. Is this just a worrying trend?
I have a very different take on this than basically everybody, so it's a whole thing to get into. But I think that money has far less influence on U.S. politics than people like to pretend that it does. We saw two billionaires in the primaries with Biden. It was Bloomberg and it was Stoyer, and they got absolutely destroyed. They had no chance. They had no shot at all. We saw Elon spend so much money in Wisconsin to try to get that Supreme Court judge elected, and they underperformed what they thought they would. I think that money can help in politics on kind of like edge cases.
The person can work in the Senate and the House, but not so great as a platform. I think it's a legit strategy. Yeah, I know. I'm actually excited for Elon's American Party. I hope it does exactly what he wants it to, because that's good news for us.
Get what I wanted, because people just don't know much about it. But I mean, we saw like Keystone Pipeline get shut down. We've seen places where there are huge moneyed interests lose. Again, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and couldn't push through, a simple seat to Wisconsin. So this idea that moneyed interests are controlling everything, I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think there's issues with these largely influential people, but it's just like a whole other thing. I think the big issue we have right now that would be the top story of the century if it was on the other, if the shoe was on the other foot, would be if having to do with people buying social media platforms. That's a way scarier proposition. Conservatives would have revolted and done a civil war if George Soros would have bought Twitter or Facebook and started openly campaigning for Kamala Harris.
You find that funny, Joey?
Well, no, I mean, I don't disagree. We would have had a heart attack. I agree. I mean, we like it because it worked well for us, but the Democrats were essentially running Twitter before. I mean, I was personally banned for 5 years, and basically everyone I know was banned off of Twitter for holding right-wing positions. So, Elon lets the left speak. I mean, he lets it. Destiny, didn't you say the other day that the kids in Texas just couldn't swim? I don't know if that was a fake screenshot or something. If it was real, it's horrible. You would have probably been banned from Dorsey, too. But in reality,
I was banned on
Republicans said anything.
Okay, sorry,
You were banned on Twitter, too?
Yeah, I was banned for like 6 or 7 years on Twitter.
Well,
but also, I don't think there's any evidence that they were necessarily partisan towards Democrats. I think that there were just certain things that Republicans were pushing.
Get on over here. Come on.
Joey, I want to ask you, you seem concerned about this idea that it could split and detract from the Republican vote, but do you think, though, that Republicans are just too scared to ever turn their back on Donald Trump? I mean, if anyone was ever to show support for Elon Musk, don't you think that the retribution politically that they would face from the president would deter anyone, even if they agreed with Musk's position?
The problem here is this. We don't know what Musk's position really is other than fiscal responsibility, which Republicans actually do campaign on. So they don't actually do it when they get in most of the time because the Congress always writes the laws the way they want to write the laws. So I don't see this big appetite in the Republican Party to abandon Trump and go to Musk. I don't think that's out of fear. I just don't think there's an appetite for it. Musk was never the guy that people were going to want to and gravitate towards as a political mind. Because really, I mean, we don't know what his political mind is.
Say please.
So Republicans loved him, I told you, because
he
gave free speech back on Twitter.
Cute.
And that's something I will personally think until the day he's dead and I'm dead and everybody's
Ear massages.
Dead. But I don't see this big appetite to abandon Trump and go to him because at the end of the day, we're happy with the job Trump is doing. And in 2028, we're not going to have him on the ballot, but we're going to want Trumpism on the ballot. There's no Muskism. We don't know what it is. He should just stay making the cars. He should stay making AI.
Face.
He's the best at what he does in those fields. SpaceX, nobody can do what he does. We would just love him to stay the genius he is and stop with this whole America Party thing. We love Elon Musk. We don't want to see this be a problem for the country.
Destiny, wrap us up. What do you think? Do you think if anyone was to side with Elon, they'd face the wrath of President Trump?
I think the most interesting political time.
Neighbor Rooney, could it... it can't possibly be worse, right? What, are you done? You trying to leave? Wait, come here. We got one more thing. We got to show this to Grace. We got to put your glasses on for Grace. Oh, yeah. You're so cool. You're so cool. You're such a cool dog. Neighbor Rooney, let me huff the fucking hopium, okay? Fuck off. Good girl. Good girl. Can I get a paw? Stay. Paw. Give me your paw. Come on. Give me a paw. Good. Good girl. Good girl. You want a peanut? You get a peanut for that. Absolutely. You get a couple peanuts for that. Okay. Good girl. Ready? You ready? Can we say please? Say please. You can do it. Say please. She's like, I don't feel comfortable pleasing. Say please. No, she doesn't like doing it in the chair. I could get her to bark when she's off the chair. All right, hang on. Go ahead. Go. 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 Fuck both of you. Fuck both of you. I love you both, but fuck both of you. Mika, say please. Come on. Say please. Say please. Say please. Give me a nice loud one. Say please. Go ahead. That's a girl. Ready? Up. Up. Come on. Come on. Stand up. Stand up. All right, let's see if we can get a full-throated bark. You ready? Say please. That's good enough. I'm going to have to get you all hyped up one time and give us a full bark.
In my life is going to be around the midterms. Donald Trump enforces a very kind of orthodoxy view of you have to follow me or I will try to destroy you. We've seen it with Massey. We've seen it with anybody that Trump, becomes not friends with. We saw with McCarthy. These people that can be loved by MAGA can be hated by MAGA the next day. We kind of saw it a little bit. It's happening with Elon Musk. So I think the midterms are going to be very interesting because if conservatives do perform very
not little.
It seems like it's probably going to be the case. You now have this party that's held together by this unifying oppressive figure who will try to primary you or destroy your political career if you don't fall in line. No longer have political relevancy because in 2028, Donald Trump hopefully can't run for president again. I don't know if he's going to try to challenge that or not. I don't think that Donald Trump cares much about this country. He definitely doesn't care about the Republican Party, so I don't think he's going to have much of an interest in.
I got this for free.
To choose the next person. Vance, love him or hate him, and I absolutely hate him. I think he's an actual Satan spawn person. Vance has about as much charisma as DeSantis does, so I don't see him capturing any of the kind of Trump worshippers. But I think the Republicans are going to be in a weird spot where you don't have this Donald Trump figure making politician careers. So it's going to be interesting after midterms to see how much the party starts to split from him versus how long they think they kind of have to hold on to him until the main elections come up.
All right, before we go, Joey, what do you think? Are we going to start to see maybe a...
What do you think, Joey? Hey, Joey.
Oh. We're going to need a successor.
Well, look, the midterms are still going to be about Trump because if the Democrats take power, they will impeach Donald Trump. And if they take supermajorities, they will impeach and remove Donald Trump. So, and honestly, a lot of the Senate Republicans, I could see 4 or 5 of them going along with the impeachment.
Hell yeah!
We'll run on that because, unfortunately, I hate to say it, there's not a hell of a lot of results that they can run on because other than the one big beautiful bill, they've essentially sat there and twiddled their thumbs for the last 6 months, even though they had a president ready to sign everything. They didn't get the executive orders through. I mean, there's a lot of frustration with the congressional Republicans. I think the midterms, look, if this America Party takes off, and Elon is playing around, plus you have every midterm season, the president in power tends to lose seats. It could be a very difficult midterms. At the same time, if they put Zoran Mamdani and candidates like that as the face,
he said Mamdani again, bro.
And people like that,
that's so cringe.
Absolutely vile and disgusting.
So cringe.
So if we keep those faces out front, we have a better chance. But as far as I'm concerned, it's time for the Republicans to start getting to work. It's midterm season coming up. Put results that you can go into your district and say, I did this.
He's saying Mamdani instead of Mamdani. Mamdani.
Nice.
Securing the same tax cuts we already had, thank you, but not enough. Deport people, get the executive orders codified, and give something for people to go and tell their constituents, I did this because you voted for me. That's the only way we win the midterms, and that's the only way we keep Trump until 2028, because Democrats will get him out.
Destiny, is deporting people going to bring people to the ballot box in support of the president?
No, I don't think Trump has the mind for politics. In some ways, I'm pretty grateful for it. one thing you kind of learn as an influencer, I guess, and that's how I analyze all politics now, because it truly seems like capturing attention is the only thing that matters. When you're an influencer, you know you're in trouble when you're fighting more than like one or two big factions at a time on the internet, and it feels like Donald Trump just wants to pick fights with literally everybody. You know, if he wanted to focus on the deportation thing, then fine, focus on the deportation thing, but you probably shouldn't be making Mexico an enemy at the same time through your trade policy. If you want to fight China on trade policy, then that's fine, but you probably shouldn't be making an enemy out of the rest of the world with your tariffs. You know, if you want to help Israel, if you want to do whatever Ukraine, like Donald Trump has a really hard time picking one or two political topics and sticking with it. He wants to fight and then subsequently lose everywhere. And that's why we have no legislation over the past 6 months besides this bill that has now run counter to the largest issue that so many kind of peripheral MAGA people joined the movement on, which was balancing the budget. You know, I've got a talk coming up soon with a tech guy from California, and all of these kind of techie people that jumped on with Elon, you know, who knows if they'll follow him as America, whatever party, these guys only joined because they were all kind of hoodwinked into believing that the debt and the deficit were the most important issues to run on. And now we have Donald Trump extending tax cuts for God knows what reason on just ordinary citizen income that's destructive to the budget and not doing anything else besides raising the debt and raising the deficit.
Indeed, the midterms are going to be a very interesting time, but we are also out of time, so we'll leave it there. Thank you to our contributors, Joey Marino, political strategist, and...
He's a political strategist? Oh my god. That's embarrassing. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god, bro. True cosmic. Good lord. Dude, I just realized that Emil calling Trump a child fucker on X coincides with PBS getting defunded. Oh my god, Piers brought really fucking crazy people. Like the craziest fucking Israelis.
You do not have the right to
onto his show. He brought like one of these like that crazy West Bank woman. Settler woman? No, I saw about that. Yeah, I saw about that. I kind of want to see this because this is going to be unhinged settler slop.
commit war crimes, to commit a genocide, to kill all those children, and then hide and use as a shield. Oh, everybody's an anti-Semite.
When you have a terror regime like the Nazis who do engage in genocide, unless you finish them off completely and defeat the idea of militarism, that Hamas can achieve its objectives through military objectives and not diplomatic objectives, then you will never have peace.
You cannot bomb it into submission. They're replacing dead Hamas fighters at a rate of 5 to 1. This is going to come back to haunt you for years.
You tell Rabbi Shmuley that he'll burn in hell as well, because obviously he's ashamed to Jews, free Palestine. All right.
Okay, listen to this. They attacked Israel.
Okay, Elmo, you say your account was hacked. I have to take your word for that. If that is what happened here, you condemn these posts. Okay, Elmo, you say your account was hacked. I have to take your word for that.
Okay. Is this on syndicated TV? If this is from The Daily Show, I'll have to save it for later because I could get copyrighted for that. Just remind me when I say goodbye to YouTube. What do you want, bro? What do you want? You know, you remember last time when I showed that tiny few seconds of those different, like literally it was like, what, 10 seconds from the Club World Cup celebration and the FIFA World Cup celebration? Those both got fucking copyrighted. It's crazy. I don't know what you want me to do about it, Neighbor Rooney. I can't show it until we're off of YouTube. I can't show it until we're off of YouTube. I know, but like I don't like taking chances. Just remind me when I say goodnight to the YouTube retards. Just remind me. And then I'll play it, I promise. I have it up. I have it up. I'm leaving the tab up. Fuck you.
On the 7th of October, they massacred Jews. What is not clear in what I say?
All you want is to take over the West Bank.
So that lady, I don't know if you guys have seen that lady. That lady is fucking nuts. Okay? She's a West Bank settler and she's fucking crazy. And then they've got this other dude, was it Rabbi Shmuley? He's a fucking nutter too. So I'm expecting Cenk might actually be the sane one of this panel, and that's fucking saying something, dude. This is about to be some unhinged shit from every side. They're gonna say crazy shit. Cenk's gonna be like, "You're a monster," which actually, in this case, he's probably fucking right. Oh, this is gonna be wild.
And Gaza, you want them all gone. That's the bottom line.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Israel's illegal occupations in the Palestinian West Bank are under intense scrutiny after a US citizen was brutally beaten to death by settlers. A 20-year-old who just opened an ice cream business at home in Florida was attacked on Friday night while visiting relatives and died before reaching hospital. Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador to Israel and normally a fierce advocate for all settlers, called it a criminal terrorist act. The West Bank is 50 miles from Gaza and separated by uncompromising Israeli checkpoints. The violence has surged since October the 7th. Netanyahu's government has been expanding its occupation ever since, and the UN estimates that 1,000 Palestinians have been killed. Settlements have been a major barrier to peace for decades in the region. Most countries agree they are illegal, but many religious Israelis believe they have a divine right to be there. The current Israeli government is often accused of using the most aggressive settler groups as a proxy force for shrinking the Palestinian state, an issue highlighted in a recent documentary by Louis Theroux.
We do for governments what they cannot do for themselves. Even if you take Netanyahu now, he's very happy with what we do here and also about our plans to build Jewish communities in Gaza. He's happy about it, but he cannot say it. He says the opposite. It's not realistic. Good. We will make it realistic. It's not forcing the government, it's helping the government.
Under the Geneva Convention, transferring a civilian population into a conquered terrain, that's considered a war crime.
What I do here is a war crime.
According to the UN.
You're cooperating with the person who committed a war crime?
Well, I'm interviewing you.
It's a lie.
This lady's fucking nuts, dude.
Light felony.
Well, in a moment, we'll turn to the bigger picture, and Israel strikes today on Syria, as well as the Mossad conspiracies and anti-Semitism claims at the heart of the Epstein files debate. We'll begin by talking to Daniela Weiss, who you just saw in that Louis Theroux clip, the leader of the settler group, Nahala. Welcome to you, Daniela Weiss. Thank you for joining me on Uncensored. Let me start by asking you, Mrs. Weiss, you're known as the godmother of the Israeli settler movement. Is your ultimate ambition for all Palestinians to be removed from the West Bank and Gaza?
You ask if it's my... it's what I want. It's not ambition. Ambition I put into positive things. I mean, when people have to move from one place to another, it's not a question of ambition. I think there is no choice now, especially after the massacre of the 7th of October. The Gazans finished their chapter of history in Gaza, and they will have the terrorists themselves will be killed in the attacks of the Israeli army, of Tzahal, and those who support them will have to go to emigrate to other countries. And I think as far as people want to live normal life, I think the option to go to other countries in the world is a good option. But it's not a question of ambition. I have an ambition to settle Jews all over the vast areas of the land that was given by God to the Jewish nation. So this is my ambition. And in the midst of things, with the attacks of Arabs in different periods of history, and especially I emphasize now the last attack, the last massacre on civilian population, that was the end of the history of the Gazans in Gaza.
But it
doesn't have to do with ambition.
Okay, there are 2 million people living in Gaza. Half of those people are under 18 years of age. More than 20,000 Gazan children have now been killed since October the 7th. My follow-up question is, how many of the innocent Gazans, how many of the Palestinian children do you think should come to, say, Israel and to be allowed to settle there?
To settle in Israel?
Yes.
Why?
Why? If you're going to if you tell them to leave, well, because if you tell them to leave their home, and you say that they should live in other countries, why would Israel not want to provide a home for them?
No. Because the conflict between Israel and the Gazans brought this chapter into its end. We don't take any chance anymore. Many soldiers told me, some of them from my own family, that they were witness to so much talk and propaganda against Israel. And I think that there shouldn't be anymore any any connection between the Gaza population and the Jewish state. Let them be in other countries. There's 100 million Egyptians in Egypt, so there will be another 500,000 Gazans in Egypt, and some will be in Indonesia, other countries.
Okay, but if I suggest that we carve out an area of Israel to put the Palestinians, we just slice off. Let me finish.
She's like, no, fuck no. I won't even let you finish, bro. I'm not doing. Absolutely not. She's like, Piers. I haven't spent all this time taking their land to just give them some land from Israel.
I'm sorry, say that again?
This is a West Bank settler woman. And she's fucking nuts. She's crazy. Yes, she is as close to, Why? What did you say? Is that you, neighbor Rooney? Yeah, so she's nuts. She won't even entertain the idea of a two-state solution. And so she's being crazy. And yeah, I mean, like I've said before, right? I end up having to defend the Israeli position so much, I so rarely get to like push back on the crazies on the other side. Now you're getting to hear me do that. So enjoy it. It'll be fun.
Israel, and all the Israelis who currently live there have to leave and go and live in another country. Are you happy about that? Would you be happy with that?
You have some psychological need to slice pieces of the tiny state of Israel?
No, I'm just saying.
What's this need?
Listen, Gaza, as you know, well, hang on, let me finish. Gaza, as you know, is a very small territory. I'm talking about a similar sized territory.
Is what? Gaza is what?
I'm talking about, it's a very small territory.
Gaza is what?
Gaza is very small.
I know.
So I'm talking about taking
Indonesia.
I'm talking about
Africa
taking.
Is big.
Let me finish. I'm talking about taking the Gazan people, the innocent Gazan people, not Hamas, but innocent Gazan people, and I'm talking about taking a piece of Israel and removing all the Israelis who currently live there and sending them off to other countries, and then you put the Palestinian people in that space in Israel. How would you feel about
that? It's not a question of feel. It's not going to happen.
Right. Why would that be wrong? Why would that be wrong, Mrs. Weiss? Why would that be wrong?
Because it failed. We left Gaza in 2005, and we were promised that Gaza will be Singapore. And I didn't believe in it, but many Israelis did believe in it. And it turned into hell. Upper hell, down, lower hell, hell. And I think no more experiments. We are not a laboratory. We are a nation that wants to live in the land that was given to us, to the Jews, by God.
Or you could encourage them to actually find a leader who's interested in peace, in building up the Palestinians in their own country and building a functional state, instead of, a group like fucking Hamas. And then there might actually be a path forward for them. You can't just throw it all out with the bathwater because you tried it once and it didn't fucking work. Like, how is it going to work with Hamas? How? How is that going to work?
But you actually,
the Arabs, the Gazans don't want it.
Yeah,
so I don't want to be an experiment, a laboratory with experiments on the Jewish people.
No, so you made it clear. You think it would
I answer you very. I want to tell you, what is your private name? Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about, too.
My name?
What is your name? I want to address you.
My name is Piers Morgan. Yeah.
Morgan, can I address you?
I love it. That was pretty fucking funny. I don't know who you are, Piers Morgan.
Morgan?
You can call me what you like. My name is Piers Morgan. What are the fruit you eat to stay healthy? It's actually making you fat. According to heart surgeon, and you can cancel out, it's helped your energy level in a viral video. They can
oh my god, I don't care.
Healthy fat. You need to learn how.com/Morgan to find out how.
Piers?
Yeah, basically. Basically, Cosmic. Basically.
I want to address you normally as two people who speak.
Call me Piers.
So Piers Morgan. This is what my.
Call me Piers.
Piers, okay. So I want to tell you, you want to proceed with an intelligent dialogue, or you are the interviewer and answering let's continue. But if you want to repeat this experiment of putting Gazans in Israel, the answer is simple. It will never be.
No, I heard
because
you.
we
I
have
heard you. I
gone
just
through
wonder.
So much.
Okay. I just wonder. Hang on. I just want to give you a question. I just wonder. Obviously, you're outraged by the idea of Palestinian people taking the place of Israelis in Israel, and I understand that. But what gives you the right to then tell Palestinian people, innocent people, children, who've had nothing to do with Hamas, what gives you the right to uproot? Well, let me finish. To uproot those people from their homes and expel them in what would be ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime, as you know.
They attacked Israel on the 7th of October.
Yeah.
They massacred Jews on the 7th of October after we evacuated.
I mean, the kids didn't do that. There can still be a country. It's not impossible for them to have a country, but it just can't be possible with groups like Hamas. You have to pull them away from that extremist point of view. But this idea of like lumping them all together with Hamas is insane. Obviously, Hamas has a stranglehold on a lot of the people there and a lot of the way their actions are. But to just group the fucking kids in with Hamas is fucking nuts.
Gaza for their benefit. What is not clear in what I say?
Well, what is not clear is that you have also, in going after Hamas in Gaza, massacred between 70 and 100,000 Palestinians.
Here we go.
And at what point does that become disproportionate? At what point does
She's
the
not
fact
gonna care about
that the
that.
Israeli government continues to prosecute this war in a way that kills so many children? Does this become something which is completely unacceptable?
Okay, not acceptable. So it's a fact. If they had not, you say that it is not acceptable. I understand that it's not acceptable by you. I think that if the Gazans hadn't stopped...
No, Newsom, no! Why? Not Nickelback. Look at this old photograph. Oh, God. Oh, wait. No. Okay, no. Actually, that's pretty fucking based. I take it back. I take it back.
Look at this photograph. It's a photo of a photograph. There's another fucking photograph. Because I photographed a photograph.
It's fucking based.
Based?
Yes, we can. I like Creed, though, so take that for what it is.
The Hamas hadn't started the attack, there wouldn't have been...
I just said I like Creed.
A war, and we, for instance, as people who were evacuated from Gaza, in the past 20 years, I must say it's kind of a unpleasant confession for me, but this is the truth of the matter, that we haven't dealt with the idea of returning.
I should just stop reacting to when you say shit like that, Cosmic. It's too easy to get baited because you fucking hate everything that I love. Yeah, but they're not cool. What's the one Nickelback song that I do like? Stop it, I'm so cool. Stop it. I remember How You Remind Me being, like, played every fucking 2 seconds back in the day. Every 2 seconds that song was on. I actually kind of like that one. That song kind of reminds me of Stained a little bit. That's funny.
To Gaza, returning to our homes, because we said, okay, there was a contract, we gave it away. We
well,
didn't want it
that's
to happen.
the story
it happened,
sometimes,
and that's
huh?
it. The gates closed.
Yeah, but
That's
but here's the thing. Here's the problem, Daniela. You have no right.
That's just the way it goes, huh?
To just take Gaza, to just take the West Bank, to expel
We didn't take Gaza.
to expel 8-9 million Palestinians. You have no right to do this.
We didn't take Gaza, Piers. We gave it back. We gave it back to them, and they elected Hamas. Okay, they elected the Hamasniks, and so now we are going to kick them out. They can go somewhere else. West Bank Settlers, man. Funk album? What? No, I didn't know they had a funk album. Stop it. No, I don't want to like Nickelback. Stop. I have to save this for later, Cosmic. You know how it goes. Can't play this. Oh, is it bad? Oh, it's really bad. Okay, well, that'll be fun. The State? Is that album or band? Because I'm unfamiliar. Or song. Their first album? I don't really know them by their album names. I'd have to like hear some of the songs and be like, oh, yeah.
I've had no right to occupy Gaza for the last God knows how long. When do you think you have this right to do all this?
All right, unpopular opinion, although Cosmic might agree with me here, I don't know. Unpopular opinion, this band has had a lot of really great albums, but their best album, in my opinion, is their first album. And I think most people say it's either their second or third album, which are both great. But to me, this is their best album. What do you guys think? We're talking the same general time frame. Yeah. Yep. But the whole album is insane. It's so eclectic. Like every song pretty much is a different sound. And they never really had that again. Like after this, every album kind of has like a sort of theme, a sounded theme. But this album was just like all over the place in the best way. Plastic Beach is another one that I really love. Those first three albums in particular are fucking amazing. I do really like Cracker Island as well, the latest one, but I think those first three albums were so good. The Flash Game, yes, dude. Their website back then was so cool for like websites at the time. There was so many like little Easter eggs and shit all over the place. But man, I love this album.
You're furious at the idea of any part of Israel being given up for Palestinians. Fine. Okay. But why would you then think it's fine for you to take over Gaza and the West Bank?
And also, to this day, it's still one of my favorite groups. So good.
May I ask you, why do you repeat the same question?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Cosmic, because I was saying think most people would say their second album was the best. That's why I said it was an unpopular opinion. But I don't know, man. Like that first album, it was just, there were so many different sounds. It was so experimental. There was so much shit going on. I don't know. I loved it. I still love it.
Times You know, I don't see your face, so it's kind of difficult without the gestures.
Well, let me simplify it for you. What gives you the right? What gives you the right to think that you can expel millions and millions of Palestinians?
Look here, I don't know if the viewers, the people who see your program, have the patience for a historical summary. As the State of Israel was established in 1948, 3 days after the Holocaust, and 3 years after the Holocaust, and 2,000 years after the dispersion, after the Romans dispersed the Jewish nation. And then somehow, there's an ingathering of the Jews in the land of Israel, the biblical land. And the biblical land that we hold to now is very tiny.
And don't get me wrong, I think Demon Days is amazing. Oh, fun fact. So I don't know if you guys have this, but like at different times in your life, when you were like listening to an album, like in your mind, right? When you hear songs or listen to that album again, it sort of takes you back to that place that you were when you were first listening to that album a bunch, right? And yes, I really like Ascension as well. I don't know. I actually have a tough time picking my overall favorite Gorillaz track. You know, there's some really good shit off of G-Sides as well. G-Sides is so underrated because it's technically a B-Sides album. But fuck, it's so good. Yeah. But Demon Days, I actually, you know, when I was first listening to it, when it had just come out, I was in Israel for 2 weeks and traveling across the whole country. And, you know, on like the bus, on like the long, you know, on the rides between different places across the country, I was listening to Demon Days. So when I listen to Demon Days, it takes me back to Israel.
We tried, according to the partition plan first, to be satisfied with a tiny, tiny piece of land where we have independence. And then when we were small, I would say tiny, and even without Jerusalem, we tried to manage a Jewish independence in the biblical state of Israel, and we were prevented from living this way. I was born before the state of Israel, so I know all this history from my own flesh and blood and my own family, and my father wounded in the War of Independence. So we tried to live in a tiny land, and the Arabs didn't let us live. So then there was the 6 Day War, and where I live now was liberated. I say liberated because it's the heart of our homeland in the 6 Day War. And since then, we tried to live peacefully, and the Arabs don't let us. So how can you try to change facts? Now, you gave me a chance to relate a tiny summary of history. If you have another way to put it,
tiny
go ahead.
name drop.
I'll put it this way.
I'm a guest.
Let me put it this way. The UK government has sanctioned you personally in May of this year. You were described as having been involved in threatening, perpetrating, promoting, and supporting acts of aggression and violence against Palestinian individuals. You've been described as the head of extremist settlers. The vast majority of the international community, including the United Kingdom, consider the settlements illegal under international law. Last year, the UN's top court, the International Court of Justice, said that Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories is against international law, and Israel should stop settlement activity in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem and end its illegal occupation of those areas and the Gaza Strip as soon as possible. So that's a bit of history for you, which is that you have been seen as the godmother of Israeli extremists who believe that you have a right to all this land, you have a right to settle where you want to, you have a right to expel all the Palestinians and to take over their land. And I say to you that actually, under international law, you do not have that right. It's actually a crime, what you're doing. And you should stop doing it. So that's my question. My question for you is, why do you continue to break the law?
I don't know. You know, you present things in a very journalistic way, so I don't know.
Well, they're facts.
You say, do it.
Everything I just read you is a fact.
Yes. What facts? What facts?
I just read you the facts. I can read them again if you didn't hear them.
You know, Morgan, listen to this. I never...
Morgan. She called... Morgan. Listen, Morgan. Really? I always feel like shrooms are less of a gamble than acid, but fair enough. I don't know. I'm in my 30s now. I don't really fuck with psychedelics anymore.
Interviewed by you and by everyday media people come to this home and to the hills where I establish communities. And I tell what I think and what I do and what I plan. So if there is anything in what is so openly exposed that can be considered illegal,
well, you're committing war crimes.
What is illegal in what I do?
You're committing war crimes.
Why? So you are speaking to me now. You're giving so much time in your program to a person who
practically
war crimes.
more.
Why do you do it?
I'm holding you to account.
I mean, like, I still smoke weed, but that's about it. And I drink occasionally. Like, I might have a couple drinks every few months or so.
I'm telling you, you should stop your war crimes. I'm telling you, you have you have no right to displace millions of Palestinians and kick them out of their homes. You don't have that right.
Morgan, you hope that through your program
Morgan.
you will
He's
enhance the
calling
chance
him
that I will be put
Morgan.
to trial? Is this why you give me so much time in your program?
Yeah, I think ultimately you should face a trial. Yeah.
Oh.
The ups and downs of the economy can be stressful and worrying. One of the smartest ways to protect your savings is with diversification, and you can start by talking to the experts at Birch Gold Group. Gold's value has surged 40% in the past 12 months, driven by record-breaking central bank purchases. Even with global instability, demand for gold continues to grow. Birch Gold makes it easy. You can own gold to store at home, or you can convert an IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered gold IRA. Just text my name, Piers, to the number 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, only useful information. With an A+ rating, with a Better Business Bureau, and tens of thousands of happy customers, Birch Gold lets you take control of your savings today. Text the word Piers, that's P-I-E-R-S, to 989898. You should. You're breaking the law.
Yeah?
And you're inspiring other people to break the law.
Okay. What shall I tell you?
Yo.
I don't think it's not on my part to cooperate with a person if you want to do what you said, if I heard you well in the beginning of this program, that you want to give a chance for different people to express their views. Sure. This is journalistic, this is respectful.
I've heard your views, I just don't agree with them. I've heard your views,
but then you
I don't
said
agree with your views.
Holy shit.
You want to enhance the chance that I will be put to trial? Well, I am not sure this is journalistic, but I'm with you in your hands now until this interview is finished.
I noticed
that's your decision.
I noticed that so far you haven't referred to the people of Gaza or the West Bank as Palestinians. Do you believe they're called Palestinians?
Palestine the name was given by Adrian, the emperor of Rome, who wanted to put an end to the Jewish existence in the world. So he gave a peculiar name to Jerusalem, Ilia Capitolina, and Israel, Palestina, and he tried very hard. And indeed, we were dispersed. And somehow, after so many years and so much persecution, we returned, and we are a successful nation.
Are they Palestinians?
So why should I support the distorted idea of Adrian, who failed? And now, after the revival of the Jewish state, Arabs from different countries come here and want to enjoy the treasures. I would say most of them are spiritual, but the treasures of the Holy Land.
Right, but just to be clear, you don't believe they're Palestinians.
Jewish success.
You will not refer to them as Palestinians, right?
I think that Palestinians were invented by Adrian, and that the Arabs that come to Israel today want to get for themselves the success of the Jewish state that was created here after many years of dispersion.
Okay, and Mrs. White, how do you feel about the fact that over 20,000 Palestinian children have now been killed since October 7th?
Oh, Jesus, neighbor Ernie.
I think that the Palestinians, as you said, I said Palestinians, the Gazans and all Arabs around should stop attacking Israel.
Right, I just asked you how you felt about 20,000 children being killed by the IDF. So how do you feel about that?
I think that the parents should be very careful before they teach the children to hate Jews and to kill Jews.
No, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. Sorry to be persistent, but my question.
That was your question.
My question was, how do you feel? My question was, how do you feel? How do you personally feel about over 20,000 Palestinian children now being killed since October the 7th in Gaza? How do you feel about that?
I think that Arabs, Gazans, or Jordanians, or Syrians, whoever, should be very, very careful with the way they educate the children.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
Many of them.
Can you answer my question?
Answer. That was my answer.
You don't care? You have no thoughts about these children at all?
You choose your questions, and I answer them the way I believe is right.
But just to be clear, you have nothing to say about 20,000 children being killed. Nothing at all.
I have a lot to say about everything that happened as a result of the massacre of the 7th of October.
I understand you care about Israeli children who died, as do I. But I'm able to care about both sides of children who've died. Why don't you care, seemingly, about the Palestinian children who've died? Why can't you express any sympathy or sorrow or empathy with the children who've died in Gaza? Are you able to do that?
I warn all Arabs from all sides, from all borders.
Jesus!
Stop educating children to hate
So just to be clear, I've now offered you three times.
I made myself very clear.
Oh, you made yourself very clear.
You asked me 5 times.
I'm going to give you one last. I'm going to give you one last chance to offer some empathy or sympathy or sorrow about the deaths of 20,000 children in Gaza. Are you capable of doing that?
I can tell you that had you cared, and I don't believe you that you care a tiny bit about one killed person, if you do not use the means that you have as a media person to stop educating children.
I gave you 4 chances.
Jews Okay, you gave me 7. You gave me 7.
And you know what? You couldn't
and
give
I
a
still
damn,
think
could you?
that
You
you are
couldn't
to
give a
blame
damn.
more than me.
You don't care, and all you want is all the Palestinians gone. You can barely even bring yourself to say their name. All you want is to take over the West Bank.
She's fucking
Gaza.
nuts. This
you don't
lady's
care how many
fucking
die in the
nuts.
process. You want them all gone. You don't care, do you? That's the bottom line.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Yeah, they will. Daniela Weiss, thank you very much for saying that sentence. I appreciate it. Well, joining me on the panel is author and activist Rabbi Shmuley, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and the Sunday Times columnist and author Matthew Saeed. Matthew, you were sitting here with me watching that interview. Your thoughts?
Well, I thought it was a very illuminating interview and the kind of smiling maternal face of religious fundamentalism in Israel. You asked many times what gave her the right to ship out Palestinians from Gaza and the West Bank. She gave a whole range of answers, but the key one was early in the interview when she said she had a divine right. She believes that that area is promised to the Jews by God. And because of that, and the fact that she believes she has the absolute truth, she feels that anything is justified in meeting that aspiration. I've written a lot about this conflict, and I focused, I think rightly in many ways, on the fundamentalism of Hamas. They also think they've got absolute truth. They think they are justified in killing infidels and killing Jews. But we have to recognize that Israel, yes, it's a liberal democracy. I support it instinctively. It's in a tough neighborhood. But there are, within Israel, fundamentalists. And what worries me the most, Piers, is that within the Israeli cabinet, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, these are fundamentalists, nationalists. They have the ear of Netanyahu, and ever more I get the sense that they are nudging the administration towards more carnage, more bloodshed. It's obliterating the image of Israel in the wider world, it seems to me, with no strategic objective in sight. And it was so interesting to listen to her and to see her implacability.
Yeah, I mean, Cenk, I found the constant smirking, the total refusal to offer any personal sorrow or empathy or sympathy with these kids who've been killed. You know, not even to try and phrase it as, you know, unfortunately, this is collateral damage in war. Nothing. No attempt to offer anything at all. Just an utterly intractable, hardline view. All this land belongs to Israel, and we're going to take it, and we don't care. One thing that I have in common with Harry and Meghan is that we all value privacy. If you've ever Googled your own name, discovered bits of your address, phone number, and employment details hanging around, you'll be aware that your data privacy is under siege. That's because your data is purchased and sold by data brokers without your consent. Today's sponsor has a solution. Incogni contacts those shady websites and gets your personal data removed automatically. No forms, no emails, no ransoms. They handle all the back and forth of these brokers.
Brother, it's never gonna be anything other than Sokotoa, all right?
Update you on their simple dashboard.
Let's be real
stop
here.
After the first week. They monitor and keep on removing your data if it pops up again. If you care about privacy and you want fewer spam calls, fewer junk emails, and a reduced risk of identity theft, this is a smart move. We've teamed up to give you a 60% discount on an annual plan at incogni.com/peers. Use code PEERS when you check out. That's incogni, incogni.com/peers, P-I-E-R-S. Use code PEERS when you check out.
All right, here we go.
You just
Rabbi Shmuley's about to say more of the same kind of crazy shit this lady was.
A terrorist, and she's one of the most vicious terrorists of my lifetime. These settlers.
I mean, like, yeah, like some of these West Bank settlers could kind of be described as terrorists. Those people are fucking nuts.
Are lunatic religious fundamentalists that believe in murdering Palestinians for God. It's an absurd interpretation of any religious document. The overwhelming majority of Jews, by the way, do not agree with them. They don't think that you have to murder Palestinians for God. And so when you asked her that last question, it was actually very interesting what her answer was. You said, do you mind 20,000 children being killed? And she said, as long as they're teaching their children to hate Jews, she seemed to be justifying that we have to kill their children. So think about the absurd logic of that.
No, I get
Since
it.
they teach them to hate us, we murdered their children. Gee, I wonder why they hate you. Like, the fact that she can't even see that shows you how painfully stupid this terrorist is.
He said G just like a normal person instead of golly gee, you monster. That's uncharacteristic of Cenk.
I'm done. You guys are way too polite to Israel. Israel's a terrorist state. I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in supporting it.
No. See, now you're being a fucking dumbass too, because you're equating her with everybody else in Israel, and that's retarded.
I'm not interested in having them steal more Arab land. And I said to you, Piers, a long time ago that this was never about self-defense. This was about taking Gaza. Well, I was right. I've been proven right by Netanyahu and their terrorist government. I called them terrorists, and I said that they would kill more civilians than Hamas. Are you kidding
Cenk,
me?
you were gonna have me on your side in this discussion, and then you had to go and open your mouth and say something fucking stupid.
Killed 815 civilians on October 7th. Terrible. We've all condemned it 1,000 times. Now, Israel has killed 870 Palestinians under the age of 1. They have killed more Palestinian babies than Hamas killed civilians on October 7th. And every time it's a justification. No, we talked to God. God told us to steal Arab land. God told us to murder Arab children. What kind of sick state is this? When I saw her and smiling, like you said, and smirking, now when I see a lot of these Israeli leaders, I feel like I'm looking at Germans telling us, no, it's okay. We can do this to the Jews. There's going to be no consequences. And their smugness partly, Piers, has to do with the fact that they think we own America.
Bro, that's so disgusting, though. It's not the same. Yes, she's nuts, but it's not the same, dude. Like, that's disgusting. Stop doing the Nazi comparison. You diminish what the Nazis did. It's gross.
America. There's nothing you can do. We control the largest military in the history of the world. We can get them to do whatever we want because AIPAC has bought the entire U.S. government. And she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I mean, today Trump is talking about, yeah, you're not going to get the Epstein files. You're not going to get anything. We're occupied. We're all Palestinians now.
Rabbi Shmuley, I mean, when you listened to that interview with Daniela Weiss, what did you feel about it?
Pierce, thank you for having me on. And having had a surprisingly civil debate at Oxford University with my brother Cenk, I'm actually going to
Are you serious, dude?
his hyperbole of calling Jews Nazis and stick to the facts because you were right, Pierce, in your discussion. With
There
Daniela,
is something wrong.
No.
You diminish what the Nazis did when you do that. If you have a problem with what people did, you could talk about those issues and, you know, have a problem with that. But this constant comparing everything to Nazis, it's fucking sick.
Cenk, please don't. Okay, you're already interrupting me. Just be civil, please. We had a civil debate at Oxford. Let's try to continue. We shook hands afterward. Hundreds of thousands of people said how much they enjoyed watching us shake hands. Let's be human a little bit. I'm going to do what you said, Pierce, and stick to the facts. Number one, Cenk just said that Israel killed so many more civilians that were killed on October 7th. 45,000 Britons died in the Battle of Britain when the Luftwaffe and Hermann Goering, bombed London, Northampton to smithereens. But Churchill killed 700,000 German children. He killed 3 million German civilians. That was terrible. But here's my question to you, Pierce. Outside of Parliament is a giant statue.
No, it's not about whether they think they're as bad as Nazis. It's the fact that that sort of rhetoric will make other people think that they're as bad as Nazis. It's irresponsible, and like I said, it diminishes the weight of what Nazis actually did.
Churchill is the greatest statesman in the history of Britain. Was Churchill a war criminal, yes or no?
No, Churchill wasn't a war criminal. In fact, Matthew, I saw you shaking your head.
Okay, you said facts. You said facts.
Well, hang on, if you're going to make statements like Churchill...
Wait.
Your numbers aren't correct about the number of civilians who died. Never mind anything else.
There were 3 million German civilians killed by Britain and by the United States. There were 70,000 Japanese killed in a single day in Hiroshima and then Nagasaki. Half of them were children. 35,000. Was Harry Truman a war criminal? Was Roosevelt a war? If you are prepared to say, Pierce, based on facts and based on what Cenk just said, that the proportion of civilians to...
I mean, that's part of it, yes. But then, eventually also the speaker themselves, if they continue to just compare this to Nazism, eventually they will start to think that it is as bad as Nazism as well. I mean, you see how people talk about Israel and Zionism. They literally say, in a lot of cases, they say Zionism is as bad as Nazism, which is disgusting. I mean, it's already happening.
Combatant deaths determines whether you're a war criminal. And by the way, Churchill killed 5 civilians for every 1 German combatant. The United States in Fallujah killed...
And, like, if there weren't people like this, like, doing those comparisons all the time, it's like, it wouldn't be that way. Like, if you were going to go out there and make, like, a discussion about, okay, they're doing this thing, it's awful, like, don't support it, it's really bad, that's still going to get that across without making people as extreme against it as calling them Nazis. I mean, the Nazis committed some of the most horrific crimes in the history of humanity. That's not what's happening right now in Gaza.
4 civilians in Fallujah and Iraq for every 1 terrorist Iraqi combatant. So was George W. Bush a war criminal? Was Tony Blair a criminal? If you're prepared to at least be consistent and say that yes,
well, yeah, I think Bush and Blair were war criminals.
3 million. Yeah. Was Churchill? Okay, do you think that Winston Churchill was a war criminal? It's a yes or no question.
No.
The same way you put it to Danielle, yes or no?
Churchill. Well, let me.
So Churchill can kill 3 million.
You've asked a question.
Okay?
You've asked a question, Matthew.
I think it's a completely coherent and fair question. It's about means and ends. Is the means justified to achieve a given end? For what it's worth, I think that consequentialist approach is legitimate. I think that Truman was justified in the atomic bombs. I say that reluctantly, but I think there would have been many more deaths had the Second World War not been brought to an end in that way. I know some people will disagree with that position. However,
you're one of the most fair person that I've ever spoken to about on the show. All I'm saying is, let's be clear. Pierce, God weeps for every Palestinian child, the 20,000 children. I don't know if it's 20,000, but even if it is, that's weeps for every one. One was too many. But every Arab child is the equal of a Jewish child. But whose responsibility is it? Who builds? I live in a community here in New York, New Jersey. There is no army base near me. Why are the Hamas headquarters in nurseries? Why does Hamas use these children to die so that you will then point the finger? Now, even Hitler did not do that. The German military headquarters were not built in kindergartens. And let me say one final thing, Pierce, if I may. Pierce, you know what struck me about your interview with Daniela Weiss? You did not once ask her, what do the people of Gaza want? I don't care what
Shmuley just kind of did the same thing. Shmuley just kind of did the same thing. Hamas is fucking terrible. And they are genocidal. but their crimes are different from the Nazis.
Weiss wants. I don't care what Cenk Uygur wants. I don't care what Israel wants. The people of Gaza have not. Don't speak for them in the same way I won't. They have not had a vote since 2005, when Hamas took the leaders of the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, and threw their opponents off the roofs and killed them. Then Hamas abolished all elections. Now, I want the people of Gaza to vote. Do you want to remain in that tiny hovel where you don't have a backyard, where any money that's given to Hamas, if it's rebuilt, will be again?
Oh yeah, these two are just made to debate each other.
The Hamas got triple the Marshall aid per capita for Palestinian, and they didn't build one bomb shelter, they didn't build one school, they didn't build one university, they just built tunnels and rockets. Ask the people. Let me ask you.
May I say to the rabbi, forgive me for persisting here,
where they want to live.
but the rabbi did say, I think legitimately, that he had been interrupted and he didn't like it. I was halfway through the point that I was making, if I may say so, when you jumped in. I said that I thought Truman was justified in ending the Pacific War. I think Churchill was justified in trying to end the war in Europe. What I don't understand, and I think a lot of people who are instinctively pro-Israel do not understand, are where are the sunlit uplands on the other side of the evisceration of Gaza? I've been told by senior Israeli officials, confidentially, that young Gazans, Palestinians, and people across
That's
the world
what I'm talking about.
That
Good
these
job,
dead Hamas
guys.
fighters are being replaced at a rate of 5 to 1. This isn't going to affect Israel for the next 5 months or 5 years, but for the next 50 years. And how on earth is flattening Gaza going to help the protection of Israel when their funders are in Tehran?
No, I agree.
The image, and let me just make one final point. In the medium term, I say to the rabbi, and I say this with great sincerity, the image of Israel, I don't want to superficialize it, but the brand of Israel, that liberal democracy in a tough neighborhood, which sits unconsciously behind Western support and has done since the Second World War, has been obliterated, shattered into a million pieces. The next generation of American leaders are going to grow up where the most salient image in their minds is not going to be the Holocaust, as it is for our generation. It's going to be emaciated Gazan children, dying in their thousands, being starved via a blockade. I say to you, I understand why Israelis and Jews rallied around Netanyahu after October the 7th. Who wouldn't, after an atrocity of that kind? But I believe you've been goaded into an overreaction that will reverberate through history of great strategic disadvantage to a country I want to do well.
I see you.
All right, and before I let Rabbi Shmuley respond, Rabbi Shmuley, I just want to pick you up on the statistics that you regaled at the start of
Let's see if Shmuley's rhetoric for this kind of thing has improved.
Which I think you said that the British killed 3 million German civilians, including 300,000 children. Is that what you said?
A 5 to 1 combatant to civilian
just to be clear,
ratio.
you said 3 million, and of which 300,000 were children. That's what you said, right?
Right. The British decimated Cologne, they decimated Berlin, they decimated Hamburg, they decimated Dresden. In Dresden, they killed 30,000 in one night, etc.
Let me finish my point. You were completely wrong. You were wildly exaggerating the number of civilians killed by the British bombing campaigns, the Allied bombing campaigns. It's estimated between 350 and 500,000 German civilians were killed in total by Allied bombing in World War II. And I would also add this. At the end of
Is that true? That sounds about right. Let me double check. So if we're just talking about the bombings, that would be 350 to 500,000. But if we're including the whole war, including Soviet war crimes, blah, 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 it's 2.1 to 3.5 million.
Okay, so I said 700,000.
Let me finish my point. So it was a sixth of what you said, in fact. But the wider point is, we brought in the Geneva Convention at the end of World War II, specifically to address the issues of mass civilian casualties in World War II. The UK signed up to that. Most countries of the world signed up to the Geneva. Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Convention, and yet it breaches regularly the Geneva Convention, including, many believe, what they're now doing as a government in Gaza.
I don't know how you could possibly say, by the way, I don't have the advantage of having researchers behind me or having a laptop. So can you ask your researchers how many German children did Churchill kill? That's what I want to know exactly.
Well, no, I've given you a chance to spew statistics. You were
how many German children who were totally innocent? No, 1 second. You said that Churchill killed 700,000. And now you said that Israel killed 40 or 50,000. Doesn't that make Churchill a much bigger war criminal than Netanyahu? Yes or no, Pierce?
No, he's not a war criminal. Churchill's not a war criminal.
Why? He killed 700,000 civilians. Why?
Why aren't you answering my point?
Wait, yeah, why, Pierce? I think that's a reasonable question.
You won't answer my point. If Netanyahu is a war criminal for killing 45,000 Palestinians, why is Churchill, whose statue sits outside Parliament, not a criminal for killing 8 times that amount of people? Go ahead, please.
Cenk.
And by the way, let me just tell you, Pierce, you can't say the technology didn't exist because the Americans used the Norden bomb site and only did precision daytime bombing. Mr. Saeed will know that. It was Churchill who said, I will not risk a single RAF pilot. I don't care how many Germans die. I will only do indiscriminate, broad, nighttime bombing. Churchill was out to decimate cities to break the will of the German people. So why is he not a war criminal? You won't answer me, Pierce. You won't answer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm trying to answer, but all you'll do is propagandize for a bunch of terrorists. So, first of all, Pierce is absolutely right. We passed those Geneva Convention laws so that we could prevent crimes against humanity, not just what the Germans did to the Jews, the Poles, the Roma, etc., but also what the Allies did in indiscriminate carpet bombing of civilian populations. So we tried to learn from the Holocaust.
So then you are saying that he's a war criminal.
So we tried to learn from World War II, and we all said never again. These laws should not be broken because it leads to terrible situations. Israel then said, no, we're above the law. We get to break any law we like. And now, and in the case of the Germans, they were killing 6 million Jews. They killed 13 million overall. We were trying to stop a Holocaust. In this case, Israel is the one doing the genocide and saying, well, I mean, why are you trying to stop us from killing innocent Palestinians and taking their land? Because in that analogy, you're the Germans. So the Palestinians,
I'm the German?
Those innocent children didn't do anything, dude.
Did you just call me a Nazi?
If you're supporting Israel.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
I'm a
so
Nazi?
unfucking hinged. This is crazy, dude. He literally just said, you're the Nazis. Jesus Christ.
They did a Holocaust, which
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Thanos.
And you called other people fundamentalists?
State of Israel.
You just called me a Nazi?
Hey, Rabbi, can I?
This is a sad day. This is a sad day for you, Shank. Shank, this is a sad day for you. Just for your credibility, take it back. I'm begging you. Not for me. For your credibility, just take it back.
I'm not going to take
This is a sad day for you.
I'm not going to take it back.
This is a sad day for you. This is to compare me to the SS as a Nazi. This is a sad day for you. Your credibility will never recover.
I want to invite the viewer.
I'll never recover.
So Pierce, may I answer? Pierce, now that I've been called a Nazi, can I respond? Pierce, may I respond?
No, because I haven't finished the goddamn sentence. You think you own everything. You don't own everything, Rabbi Shmuley. You don't own the American.
We think we own everything. Huh, Jenk? What do you mean by that? Huh? Huh? What do you mean by that, Jenk?
Government. You don't own the American people. By the way, what is America going to get? It's
Oh my god, I was joking. That's what he actually meant. Holy shit.
$300 billion back. We gave it to a bunch of crypto. What is America going to get? It's just $300 government. You don't you don't own everything, Rabbi Shmuley. You don't own the American government. You don't own the American people. By the way, what is America going to get? It's just $300 billion back. We gave it to a bunch of criminals to murder children. Okay, you murder children with our money. Every day you take money.
Oh my god, bro. He just went mask off. Holy shit. I was just
What are you
kidding.
freaking out about?
I thought he was just talking about fucking Shmuley. But he straight up zogged. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard him like straight up be like, I mean, literally the only thing he didn't say was the Jews in Israel. That's crazy, dude. So Jenk is arguing with Rabbi Shmuley, and because Rabbi Shmuley was interrupting him, his response to him was, you don't own everything, okay? You don't own the U.S. government. You don't own... Like, he straight up went nuts. He's dog whistling a bunch of conspiracies right now.
Chungus?
You don't own everything, Rabbi Shmuley. You don't
Cenk Uygur. The Young Turks.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. He is. That's
He's
it.
not my favorite person, but
Yeah, not mine either. I've met him
so
before.
what did
though.
he say
He's
or
very
do that's
personable.
wrong exactly?
He's dog whistling the Jews own everything conspiracy. I thought he was just saying to Rabbi Shmuley, you don't own everything. But then his next words were, well, let me just play it back again so I say it exactly.
own the American government. You don't own it. No, because I haven't finished the goddamn sentence. You think you own everything. You don't own everything, Rabbi Shmuley. You don't own the American government. You don't own the American people. By the way, what is America going to get? It's just $300 billion back.
Okay, he said... Wait, one more time.
No, because I haven't finished the goddamn sentence. You think you own everything.
You think you own everything. You don't own everything, Rabbi Shmuley. You don't own the American government. You don't own the American people. By the way, when are we going to get our $300 billion back?
Okay.
Because
we've been selling them weapons for a long time. I don't know what he's referring to, what specific 300 billion, but...
He's referring to the idea that Israelis own the American government, or that not own necessarily, but that have control over the American government.
Why is he saying that we're owed $300 billion?
Why is he saying that?
Mm-hmm. Why 300 billion?
I'm sure it has something to do with how much weapons have been sold to Israel. I'm not sure. That would be my guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we don't really donate weapons. We give them a line of credit, but we don't just give it to them.
I'm not defending him or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm just explaining. Yeah, it's, not good.
Own everything, Rabbi
I think it was
Shmuley. You
that
don't own the
crazy he
American
said
government.
that.
You don't
Not that
own the-
it's right or wrong, but you sounded a little freaked out.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty crazy conspiracy theory that a lot of like neo-Nazis say. So yeah, I'm a little freaked out to hear it. Yeah, Cosmic, I'm not sure. I'm sure that has something to, again, I'm sure that has something to do with like how much weapons. Did I say neocons? I thought I said neo-Nazis. I thought I said neo-Nazis. Did I say neocons? I meant neo-Nazis, not neocons. No, he's not a neo-Nazi, Thanos, but, you know, the horseshoe spares no one. Oh, so Cosmic, you're tripping. What's up, Daniel? Guy aligned himself with the far right. That's right. I remember that when he started being like, you know what? Let's try to be friends with Trump. Rewind it. Rewind for what? For what, Cosmic? To see if I said neocons? If I did, it was a mistake. I don't really care. I meant neo-Nazis. Y'all know I meant neo-Nazis. Can we continue while Jenk zogs out? Yeah, Thanos. He's not, but like this conspiracy theory has spread to the far left. Like it's in the far left now. It used to be only a neo-Nazi conspiracy theory, but now it's gone to the left.
American people. By the way, when is America going to get its $300 billion back? You know, we gave it to a bunch of criminals to murder children. Okay, you murder children with our money. Every day you take money out of my taxes. I go to work every day, and then Israel takes money out of it to murder Palestinian children. You've murdered 20,000 children already. You're the aggressors. Israel has already killed more babies than Hamas has killed civilians overall. Israel has killed a stadium full of women and children, and you are surprised that we compare you to the Germans? Omar Bartov, an Israeli-American Holocaust expert.
Do you remember Biden's position on Israel last year?
He was generally pretty supportive of Israel. He pushed back on them a lot when it came to like blockading aid. So like there was a point where they were holding back aid, blockading all aid, like in the beginning of the war, and he definitely put pressure on them.
They still do that from time to time, but yeah.
Well, now they do because Trump's not really putting that pressure on them anymore. But when Biden was president, they tried it and they put a lot of pressure on them not to do that. And so aid was going through pretty consistently to most of Gaza during the time Biden was president. There were certain times where they were blockading the north, where they were primarily fighting Hamas, where most of the refugees were in the south. But for the most part, Biden put a lot of pressure on Netanyahu and the Israelis to allow aid into the country. And Biden was one of the main people.
What was their stance on like humanitarian law, international crimes, war crimes, weapons?
It was very diplomatic stance. It would be, we don't support any war crimes being done in Israel. If any war crimes are proven to have been done, we would not support them. But for the most part, they wouldn't agree that war crimes were being done. Which is kind of goofy, but you know how diplomacy is sometimes with allies. It's not always the most honest thing. Oh, that's right. And Biden was one of the main people who insisted on moving people out of Rafah before the ground campaign there. That's true. He made like a big thing about that. I remember that.
Now, the Israelis are doing the type of genocide that makes saying never again absurd. Absurd. Why are they doing the thing that was done to
I
them?
read some headline where China sold them some missiles or maybe some parts.
To Israel?
Yep. China to Israel.
Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. China will sell missiles to basically whoever will buy them. And if Israel needed a particular munition or whatever, I'm sure they would have gone there. Like, that's not too surprising to me. Yeah. You know, I also think...
What happens when they sell U.S. arms to China, though?
Who?
Israel. We sell, or however you want to phrase it, we provide assistance with weapons. And what if they're selling U.S. arms and other related military hardware to China?
I mean, it depends. It's going to depend on what arms they're selling, right? If they're arms that are like controlled by a certain program, then they would get cut off from that program. If they are arms that the U.S. itself would generally sell to any particular country, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any particular repercussions for that. It looks like there were a couple times that the U.S. intervened to prevent them from selling certain things to China, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. A quick cursory search tells me most of these sales were largely done in the late-ish 20th century. Let's see if there's anything in the 21st century. I don't see anything about any weapons sales, but, you know, who knows what's being done publicly. They've had other relations with China, though. I think Israel generally probably wants to maintain decent relations with China because, you know, if the relationship between the U.S. and Israel ever soured, they would just swap over to buying arms from China.
Netanyahu said that for the last 20 years, you know, he'll go back and forth about how he doesn't have support from the West.
Yeah. I think the risk reward.
There's a lot of anniversaries of many genocides, but recently, as in the last 2 weeks, and it just kind of reminds me of just kind of history repeats thing, and I'm just wondering, you know, at what point are we gonna? How many more civilians are gonna die?
I don't know.
I mean, I swear, you know, rhetoric is just, you know.
I mean, I don't
50
really
to 80,000 is fine.
I don't really calculate a genocide based on how many people die.
I'm not even saying, I didn't even call what's going on right now a genocide. I'm saying there was a anniversary of multiple genocides. I'm not talking about what's going on between Israel right now and its neighbors. As far as I know, they haven't been There's been no genocide charge. A
Nope.
lot of people use the term genocide, and then there's a genocide going on. As far as I'm concerned, that's a UN.
There's a case in
UN
ICJ
designation.
right now, but obviously that's not going to be decided for some time. How many more civilians are going to die just in general? I don't know. The world's not a good place. It's a shitty place.
No, I mean specifically with what's going on with Israel and the West Bank and Gaza. And whatever else is going on.
I don't know. I mean, there have been rumblings about work towards a ceasefire. We don't really know how
I think
far
I've heard
along
that
is.
about 15 times in the last years.
Yeah, which is why I
It's
said
not
I
a
don't
new
know how
thing.
far-
That happens all the time.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know how far along that is. So, I don't really know. I mean, I don't have an answer for you.
That's okay. There isn't really one.
Yeah, probably.
It's just that,
probably a lot.
and that's okay.
No. It's not okay.
I don't know. Just things remind me of a lot of historical and current events that aren't, related to that. You know, I understand, and the excuse me. I understand all the issues surrounding, the discriminations, anti-Semitism, with Jewish communities, Israel, all that stuff. But
that's not. I mean, that's not why the war is still going, though.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But because of what's going on in the conflict, it's having reverberations across, different communities and countries, right? United States, for example.
I mean, there's like political reverberations.
Is there an uptick in burning or like attacking Jewish, Israeli, or other businesses,
Yeah,
universities, other crime? Like I
Big
think
time.
there's an uptick. I think it's correlated.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna blame Israelis for that. I'm gonna blame the racists who can't separate Jews
No,
from
I'm
Israelis.
not saying it's
Yeah.
the Israelis' fault. I'm just noticing patterns, that's all.
Okay, well, I don't know. The war's gonna end when it ends. Hopefully soon. I don't want to see this keep going. I want the hostages back. I want Hamas gone. And then hopefully we can move towards a better situation. Especially if Iran is held out of the picture. That's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure in the region. If Syria ends up joining the Abraham Accords, which they've stated their intent to, that's also going to alleviate a lot of pressure in the region. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Who else? There was someone else saying they were... I think there was someone else saying they wanted to join the Accords. Hang on. I know Saudi still wants to. Oh, right, Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
Lebanon has started hinting at it as well. Lebanon's actually moved forward very positively since the issue with Hezbollah. I did not see that, neighbor Rooney. But again, them still having their uranium wasn't really the purpose of the strike.
What was it then?
To take out the facilities that were used to enrich the uranium.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Libya.
Oh, Lebanon, you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, the situation...
Beirut, their favorite place.
No, the situation with Lebanon was to get Hezbollah to stop launching rockets into northern Israel. Iran could recover some uranium, but Israel is watching. Israel believes U.S. strike buried the enriched uranium under an uranium facility. Destroyed and seniors. Wait, what? Neighboruni. That's not... Are you sure you sent me the right article? Because that's not what this says. This is still quoting that same initial report, Neighboruni. Did you read this? I would read it. No, it's not. This is still quoting that same initial report in this article. They literally say an initial assessment by the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency leaked late last month. It's quoting that same one. Israeli intelligence says it says at least some of Iran's highly enriched uranium was buried beneath Iran's Isfahan facility and not destroyed or moved beforehand. It's effectively unreachable. And if they try to dig it up, they'll do new strikes. Asked about the conclusion regarding the uranium in Isfahan, White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly told NBC News in a statement, as President Trump has said many times, Operation Midnight Hammer, totally... Okay, well, that's nothing. Officials said that Israel had shared the intelligence with President Donald Trump, was preparing to strike with or without a green light or participation of the U.S., that American support was not a condition for Israel's decision to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. According to the official, Israel believes Iran's nuclear program has now been set back up to 2 years. And then they quote that same initial report. The day after the initial DIA assessment that was first reported, CIA Director John Ratcliffe said in a statement that a body of credible intelligence indicated the program was severely damaged. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable and... This is... Nothing in this is new. This is exactly the same place we were. It's literal... Neighboring, bro. It is literally the same report. An initial assessment by the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency. They are the one that was leaked. Leaked late last month. They are literally quoting that same report. Yes, it is! Bro, you want it to fail so bad. You're not... okay, fine. Tell me how it's different then. Because I'm thinking you can't read, buddy. An initial assessment by the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency leaked late last month found that the U.S. strikes on Isfahan and 2 other sites may have set back the program only several months. That was the same initial assessment. That is what they are talking about. I just read the whole article. Tell me where I'm wrong. Point out the section that I'm wrong. I didn't read the whole thing out loud to you, but I read the whole article. Point out where I'm wrong then. Point out where it's a different assessment that was leaked. Yeah, okay. Where is that contradicting? I read the first half. What part of this do you believe is contradicting? Tell me which paragraph so I can read it again, because I did read it. Yeah, I read that. And? Yeah, and? Shut the fuck up, Daniel. No, I understand that, Neighboruni. I understand the first part is there. That doesn't change anything. That you understand that the part that you just listed doesn't change anything. Okay, all right, let's see. Okay, that some enriched uranium may have survived the powerful U.S. strikes on Iran's key nuclear sites last month. This is what we were potentially speculating. We said it could have been moved. One of the multiple senior Israeli officials involved in the matter told ABC News that Israel has concluded that facilities at Fordo and Natanz were effectively destroyed in the U.S. bombing, which was the goal of the bombing. Once again, not to destroy the uranium itself necessarily. If they could, that would have been a plus, but it was to destroy the facilities. Stockpiles believed to be more protected, stored much deeper underground. There's less certainty, and it's possible some of the regime's uranium survived the attack. Right. No, absolutely. You're right, Neighbor Rooney. That's true. But the point I'm saying is that we already thought that some of the uranium was probably moved. Yes or no? No, not necessarily. Because they had been saying that they had moved some of the uranium from the get-go. And if you recall, what I said when they said that was, okay, that may have been the case because we saw all of that truck activity going in and out of the facility beforehand. But the goal of the actual bombing was not to destroy necessarily the uranium, which would have been a plus if it had. The goal of the bombing was to destroy the facilities. I mean, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. All right. I see what you're saying. The Israeli government is now saying some of the uranium survived. That's fine. I understand that. We kind of already thought that might be the case. That's true. We didn't know for sure. We have a confirmation from the Israeli government right now. But what I'm saying is that the goal of the bombing was not necessarily to destroy the uranium itself. It was to destroy their enrichment capabilities. Because 60% uranium, while obviously the only reason you have it is to then enrich it to nuclear weapons grade, on its own, you cannot construct a nuclear weapon with. And that's why the goal was to destroy the centrifuges, the facilities themselves, which now Israel appears to be saying they believe they did destroy. Obviously, we're not really going to know, I guess, unless we totally trust their intelligence, which, I mean, like, I can, but, you know, people just don't in general, so. We won't necessarily really know until there's, like, an independent inspector. But it seems like they're claiming the goal of the operation was successful, which was to destroy the facilities themselves. No, it's not as important as the destruction of the facilities. It would have been a cherry on top, and they would like to destroy the uranium, but the goal was absolutely to destroy the enrichment capabilities. Okay, but like we can't. I mean, we can only account for what we know. If that's the case, then sure, there's an issue there. They're definitely going to be, you know, under extremely high surveillance. So we'll see. It is a little difficult to just pop up in a uranium enrichment facility out of nowhere. And yeah, they might have secret facilities. There should be some signs of that. I don't know. I'd have to do research to see how they're able to conduct those, but we're just kind of speculating. No, it isn't. How do you figure? In like what, the middle of civilian populated areas? Because that'd be the only way you could really do it without people noticing. Let's see. So, okay. Let's say they have these hidden enrichment facilities. Mayberuni. What should they have done after Iran kicked out the IAEA during the inspections after finding they had 60% uranium? What should have been done? I'm just curious what you think. I'm not necessarily conceding that they have hidden facilities because that is speculation, but what should they have done? Okay, well, then with the lack of a better option, it seems like targeted strikes on the facilities was the option. How do we know? Wait. How do we know that it was necessarily rash? I'm not a military strategist. I mean, I'm sure we had contingencies for these strikes going back years, no? We war game everything. Isn't one of the reasons that these bombs in particular were developed in the first place? fair. That's fair. And I hope very much not to be proven wrong. But if I am, of course I'll admit it. Alright. Let's keep watching Jenk Zog out.
The world had tremendous sympathy for all Jews, and I do, all decent human beings do. But what Israel is doing is lighting that sympathy on fire and saying, we get to murder, we get to kill, and you can't call us any names. We get to call all Muslims who fight back against us terrorists. We get to attack all of our neighbors. They attack Syria again today. We get to break all the laws. We get to commit war crimes. And I'm telling you right now, just like the Germans, you do not have the right to commit war crimes, to commit a genocide, to kill all those children, and then hide and use as a shield. Oh, everybody's an anti-Semite, You're canceled. You don't get to say it. You've ruined your credibility. No, Israel has ruined its credibility. Israel is now one of the most monstrous states I have ever seen in my lifetime. They commit endless terrorism. They rob the American people of their money to rob Palestinians of their land. That is actually a stone-cold fact. And I was right. Israel is now occupying 75% of Gaza. It was always to steal their land. And by the way, there's a desecration of Jewish history and Jews overall.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude.
I want to bring
history of Jews.
Okay, check. I want to bring in Matthew to respond to that.
I just can't help thinking, listening to both of you, how different the region and the world would have been if after October the 7th, as the whole of the world reeled against the heinousness of that crime, the sympathy of the global south was with Israel. Polling was very strong for understandable reasons, and I don't want to reduce this to opinion polls. That was a moral atrocity. If Israel had acted proportionately, it's a difficult word in a context like this, but hadn't visited the carnage, had retained the support of the wider world, had gone for a rapprochement, an accord with Saudi Arabia. It already had the Abraham Accords. Most moderate Sunni opinion was in favour of more harmony between the Arab world and Israel. Most of these Arab governments are relatively moderate. Just think of that, how Iran would have been isolated, the collateral that Israel could have brought to bringing peace to the region. And what's happened instead? This overreaction, the inflamed conversation that
at least this guy is like kind of reasonable.
We're listening today, ever more entrenched positions. And the thing that I think historians will be most fascinated in is how, as I understand it, good reporting from the New York Times just recently, that an accord with Saudi Arabia was scuppered from within the Israeli cabinet by Smotrich and the extremists, who have every incentive to keep this war going because of their really quite horrific objectives.
Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are such big problems. Netanyahu made a deal with the fucking devil. They need to go, dude.
And Netanyahu's personal political interest of obfuscating a trial for corruption. That is what I think is a great tragedy that is unfolding before our eyes. And listening to the entrenched positions of you two, Piers, I don't see an easy and obvious solution.
No, well, I certainly concur with the difficult solution.
No, wait, I now disagree with Matthew. Don't equate us. Don't equate me with a terrorist.
Piers, I have to be able to speak. Piers,
he pissed them both off. He was like, Jenk, you're not on the right side either, you son of a bitch.
I've called the Nazi on the show. Okay, thank you very much. Matthew, you're a very fair person, but with all due respect, you're just not realistic. You are a noble idealist. The two most important words that were ever uttered in the Second World War were surprised upon Winston Churchill in Casablanca by Franklin Roosevelt, who didn't even tell him who was his ally. And Churchill had fought the Nazis alone. Those two words were unconditional surrender. Churchill said, if you insist on unconditional surrender against the Nazis, they're going to fight to the last man. And Churchill was actually secretly negotiating with Heinrich Himmler through Count Bernadotte in Switzerland without the Americans even knowing. The Americans insisted on unconditional surrender. And why? They understood. When you have a terror regime like the Nazis who do engage in genocide, unless you finish them off completely and defeat the idea of militarism, that Hamas can achieve its objectives through military objectives and not diplomatic objectives, then you will never have peace. Hamas has launched 6 wars against Israel since Israel voluntarily withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Israel uprooted its own citizens. It was almost at civil war because it used the IDF to uproot its citizens. I want to talk fact here. Not what you think, Matthew, not what Cenk thinks, and Pierce, not what you think. Just fact. That's a fact. 2000. So Cenk says Israel wanted it back. They used their soldiers to uproot their citizens and destroy their houses, and my wife's first cousins were one of those houses. 2000.
See, he's making a lot of good points. But he would be very better served by just calming down a little bit.
My children planted the last trees in Gush Katif, and they were cut down by Palestinians right afterward. 1 second, let's stick to facts. Number 2.
So you wanted to steal their land from a long time ago.
No. 1 second. I did not interrupt you. Pierce, when you say breaking Geneva Convention, that's not fact at all. Israel withdrew from Gaza. There are 1.9 million Arab Israeli citizens living under the protection of the IDF who don't even have to serve. Israel does practice apartheid, but reverse apartheid. Draft Jews only and not Arabs to the IDF. My sons are fighting right now in Gaza and Lebanon, protecting 2 million Arab Israeli citizens. And let's remember, when Iran fired their missiles on Israel, one missile took out an entire Arab family near Nazareth, killed 7 Arabs. My sons are risking their lives for 1.9 million Arab Israeli citizens, which gives the lie factually to the utter stupidity and ignorance of what Cenk is saying about a genocide. Genocide was a term coined by a Jewish lawyer, survivor of the Holocaust named Raphael Lemkin in 1947. It was adopted by the United Nations in 1948. The UN genocide. What is genocide? Geno is an ethnicity, a nationality. Side is mass murder. It's where you kill a nationality. If Israel wanted a genocide, the first people it would kill is the 1.9 million Arab citizens who vote, who have 10 members of the Knesset, whose members get up and curse out Israel every day and can't be arrested. They have diplomatic immunity. Israel is the most just, most democratic, and freest nation in the entire Middle East, which is why those Arabs in Israel did not rise up and revolt after October 7th. Now, Matthew, let me tell you one final thing.
Can I reply?
Matthew, wait, let me just finish. You're a very reasonable man. I wish you were right that after watching women have their breasts cut off and being played baseball with it by the terrorists, when those women were raped and shot in the genitals.
Bro, Jank, stop shaking your head, dude. That's gross, dude.
Was raped and then put on the back of the truck. And
Israel murdered 20,000 children.
I wish that Israel could have thought of a proportional response.
Stop, what about it?
Please. Don't you think the war would end tomorrow?
But you had to murder children instead. You were forced into
surrendered and released the hostages. Israel would leave Gaza tomorrow. My children are in Gaza. I want them out.
No,
I don't want Gaza. I want the people of Gaza to have a vote. I don't want what Cenk says. I don't want what Pierce said. I don't want what Daniela Weiss said. Give the people of Gaza a vote. Where do you want to live? Where do you want to be displaced to a better country?
You had a long. There was a key.
Let Matthew respond. You asked him a question. Let him respond.
You at the beginning of that contribution, you made a substantive and I think reasonable argument. You drew an analogy between the destruction of Hamas and the destruction of the Nazis. I think this is a flawed analogy. Nazism was a nationalist movement within Germany. It was not intended to be an international movement. Germans' allies in the Second World War, Italy and Japan, it wasn't really an axis. They hated each other. They didn't coordinate effectively. By defeating the Nazis in Germany, they defeated Nazism. Religious fundamentalism crosses national borders. It's an ideology. You can't, please understand, you cannot bomb it into submission. I mentioned earlier that they're replacing dead Hamas fighters at a rate of 5 to 1. This is going to come back to haunt you for years. The way to do it was to isolate the funders in Iran by having a proportionate response, less than what you've done, retaining global public opinion. These metaphors, and I've heard them from Israeli politicians, they melt under scrutiny. Please think about, by the way, the psychology is completely different between what's happening in the Second World War, German, European psychology, where you could rebuild a democratic country, and what's happening in Hamas in Gaza. Unless we're clear, unless we have clarity over what the objectives are for Israel, Netanyahu's not talked about day one. We have no idea what the plan is, except for Smotrich's idea of ethnic cleansing.
Yeah. No, he's absolutely right about that. This is, I mean, it's fucking insane. They don't have any fucking plan for Gaza after the war, and it's a huge problem.
Which would tarnish Israel's image irredeemably.
Yeah. I've got to leave it there.
Matthew, we do.
I've got to leave it there.
I've got to say.
Listen,
Israel says they're going to take Gaza. They say Palestinians will never get a state.
Israel,
so we know. I don't know why you're obfuscating for Israel.
It was
Israel
Trump who said he would take Gaza.
We're going to murder the Palestinians until we take Gaza. They say total annihilation. But why do I say the Germans? Because they're talking like the
Dude, Cenk has offered really nothing to this conversation. I would much rather see a discussion between these two. That seems like it'd be a lot more interesting.
I can't believe you didn't hear that.
The good thing is we have a thing.
Donald Trump said he's taking Gaza.
The good thing is,
hey, what up, Daniel?
If I may, the good thing is it's come out of Smotrich's own mouth, the finance minister, that the plan is to quote cleanse Gaza of Palestinians.
Yeah, I know. The way they talk about it is insane. I agree. The sort of the lack of parity is kind of crazy.
It was unequivocal. We all heard it.
We all saw it. And then I get
told he doesn't matter. No one listens to him. And yet the New York Times reported that the whole deal to release hostages, when the whole deal to release hostages a year ago was abandoned because of Smotrich. So a guy who doesn't matter managed to do that, which would have prevented tens of thousands of people.
That's not true. There were two ceasefires against Smotrich.
I've got to leave it there.
I've got to leave it there.
Smotrich is an evil human being.
They should not give us the $300 billion back.
And he is a senior government minister.
We didn't send it for war crimes.
Who is making it clear what he wants to do. I've got to leave it there, Rabbi Shmuley. We have run out of time. I have another guest waiting. I'm going to leave it there. You all had a good time to speak. I appreciate the debate. Thank you very much.
Matthew, it was great meeting you. God bless you.
Well, joining me now is activist Jacob Berger, who is part of the Second Freedom Flotilla headed for Gaza. Jacob, thank you for joining me.
Oh my God. Oh, no fucking thank you. Holy shit. That's okay. I'd rather not. That's the last motherfucker we need to hear from. Oh, gee. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's true. Good point, Daniel. Good point. I do think he has a very, very valid point about Smotrich and Ben-Gvir being hindrances to things getting done. Like I said, Netanyahu made a deal with the devil in order to keep a majority in a coalition, and the guys like that are fucking insane, and they should not be anywhere near the head of Israeli government. I also think the bald dude, my bald brethren, made a few pretty good points there, and that's why I said I think it would have been a much more interesting conversation to see him and Shmuley have a discussion, because there was actually an interesting discussion that could have been had there, instead of like just having Jenk spurging out the whole fucking time. Daniel is not a fan of the Epstein stuff. He's told me this on many an occasion. He's actually, if I don't want to speak for you, Daniel, but he's been feeling pretty doomer-pilled on it. Alright, we're going to say goodnight to YouTube, people. Good night, YouTube. Bye, retards.